to Vienna. We will be starting the inaugural ceremony in just a moment. The IPU president and the distinguished speakers of parliament are on their way down to this plenary hall. We would kindly invite everyone to take a seat, and we would kindly invite those persons who do not have a seat to kindly wait outside the plenary hall. Thank you for your kind understanding. The delegation of Angola is right here in the front row.
Yes. I saw them the other day.
Maybe you need to reinforce this message. You saw they're not listening tonight. Some of the people that we should have people standing in the plenary hall. I'll try and do it again.
Okay. Also, yes. Everything was perfect for the invitation. Thank you so much.
I'll be here.
Oh, okay.
Is that okay?
Yes, it was not easy.
I hope.
Oi! How are you?
Fine.
Fine.
You slept well?
Yes, of course.
After the opera last night, we are so good.
Very fine. Is it over?
Yes, oh yes.
I haven't done my speech now.
From Qatar to here.
commencing the inaugural ceremony for the 5th World Conference of Speakers of Parliament. We kindly invite all the delegates to take their seats.
Ja.
Thank you very much.
Yes. Okay.
And to kick off our proceedings this morning, I would invite to the podium the Secretary General of the Inter-Parliamentary Union, Mr. Martin Chung. Thank you very much.
Hello, everyone.
Hello.
Good morning, everyone.
Good morning.
Good morning, everyone.
Morning.
Mr. President of the Inter-Parliamentary Union, Duarte Pacheco, Speaker Sobotka of the Austrian National Council, Speaker Peter Rago of the Austrian Federal Council, Your Excellency, the President of the United Nations General Assembly with us here, distinguished Honorable Speaker of the Norwegian Parliament and the Chair of the Summit of Women Parliamentarians, distinguished Honorable Members of Parliament, Speakers of Parliament, and I would like to recognize especially the presence of our very good friend Fauzia Kofi from Afghanistan, which is a special guest, and I would like to recognize my colleagues of the UN, Director General Gather Wally, who is here with us, and Pramila Patten from UN Women. Ladies and gentlemen, it gives me great pleasure to welcome you today to this, the 5th World Conference of Speakers of Parliament. To us, for us, this is a dream come true. A few years ago, a couple of years ago, I had the honor of signing an agreement with Speaker Sobotka for Austria to host this very important gathering. But in the intervening period, COVID has come and disrupted our plans, thrown our plans into disarray. However, we have seen the resilience of parliaments in the face of a pandemic. Parliaments simply refuse to be locked down as many sectors of society were being locked down. And we have seen a transformation of parliaments, a digital transformation of parliaments, and today we can say that digital democracy has come to stay. Many parliaments have stayed open to do business because at least people have to make laws, they have to make policies, provide the resources to continue to address the challenges of the world today. And so it gives us great pleasure to be able to welcome you here today. It gives us great pleasure to say thank you to our Austrian hosts who have been so gracious, they have been so tenacious, they have been so steadfast in preparing for this event. Thank you, Speaker Sobotka. Thank you, Speaker Rago, for being such gracious hosts. I think that our conference is going to be harping a lot on COVID and its aftermath. It is something that is unprecedented, and I know that many statements will be addressing this issue. What is important is that you are coming together to look at multilateralism, cooperation, solidarity, and the theme of your conference is Parliament for Peace and Planet. I think that your founding fathers, Frederick Kremer and Randall Kremer, or rather Frederick Passy and Randall Kremer, would be very proud of you, because at the end of the day, you as parliamentary leaders are coming together to discuss how together you can push for a more peaceful and harmonious developed world. So without further ado, I am going to be calling on our distinguished members here on the podium to say a few words of welcome. And I would like to start by inviting our hosts to take the floor. First of all, it is my pleasure to give the floor to the Honorable Peter Ragel, Speaker of the Federal Council of Austria. Peter, you have the floor.
Vielen Dank, Herr Generalsekretär.
Thank you, Secretary General. Dear Presidents, President Gilko, President-elect Chadi, Honorable Ms. Troen, Mr. Chung, Ms. Safesiva Kofi, Mr. Kosik, ladies and gentlemen. As a president of the Austrian Bundesrat, which is the second chamber of the Austrian Parliament, I am very pleased to be able to be part of this conference and to welcome you. In our capital of Vienna, you can see that we're really in it's really the most beautiful season to be here in Vienna. And we've really done our best to make sure that we can put our best foot forward to show you the best side of Vienna. We are living in a time that is shaped by COVID, but we hope that the worst is behind us and that we now can move into a time of having more contact on all levels, at the most informal to large global ones. For a long time, though, for all of those types of contact were strictly restricted. And those changed to help our regions, our countries, and our populations in order to promote the agenda of sustainable development. This way, we can work together to think as a community, it's not just the COVID-19 pandemic that has shown us how global problems can affect people at the local level. The pandemic is really just an example of that. Looking at climate and sustainable development, we need to make sure that we include all rural areas. In Austria, for example, in the Bundesrat, which I preside over at the moment, these types of opportunities have a special meaning. We take regional relations that are developed at the European level and then try to transpose them and make sure that Austria therefore remains an active part of the European Union. And that's why we call this chamber the European Chamber. I am really very pleased to say that there are a number of different federal chambers that are represented here today. It's a very important signal for the fact that we keep the regional dimension, even at the parliamentary level, in the foreground. Only by having inclusive interparliamentary dialogue can we overcome the crises of our time. I'm therefore very proud to say that the Austrian Parliament, together with the IPU and the United Nations, has the honor today to provide a platform for these types of encounters. So therefore, I'd like to wish you a warm welcome here in Austria, in our capital of Vienna. I'm looking forward to having talks with you in the next few days, and thank you very much for accepting our invitation.
Thank you very much, Speaker Ragel, for those very heartwarming words on behalf of the hosts. Let me now have the pleasure of calling on the Honorable Speaker of the Federal National Council of Austria.
Werte Präsidentin,
Dear speakers, colleagues, President of the IPU, Pacheco, Madam President of the Women's Summit, who we were able to see in all of their glory yesterday. Dear President-elect of the UN General Assembly, Mr. Said, Mr. Secretary General Martin Chugong, Director Wali, thank you for coming to Austria. Ms. Kofi, Ms. Bosek, ladies and gentlemen, I am very honored to be able to welcome you as President of the Austrian National Council in Vienna. Austria has often served as a bridge builder in the past. For example, the first meeting between Khrushchev and Kennedy during the Cold War happened here. So for over 40 years, we've also had an office of the United Nations, and we are home to a number of different international organizations. Austria is and continues to be a place of international diplomacy in the heart of Europe. And I am very pleased to see Austria live this role on the level of inter-parliamentary dialogue. It's true that this is our first time being able to meet together after all of the restrictions that were put upon us by COVID-19. Having this personal contact is absolutely indispensable in order to build up mutual trust and mutual understanding. Without these things, politics can't work on either a national or international level. With the COVID-19 pandemic, we were able to see that a problem that is felt globally can be attacked globally by the international community. Just look at the way that we developed a vaccine. That gives us hope for other global challenges, which we have enough of. And some of those we'll be talking about in the panels and the general debate. Now, the first part, the virtual part of this conference in August of last year, really showed that technical progress and digitalization gives us new opportunities for the future. Parliamentarianism, however, cannot be separated from the idea of people getting together and with informal conversations that also happen on the side. And so I'm very thankful that you have traveled from all over the world, despite all of the challenges in your way, to make your way here to Vienna. I'm hoping that we can work together to promote multilateralism as a way of achieving sustainable development and peace. As parliamentarians, we have the responsibility of representing the voices of our voters on the international level. This need for a parliamentary dimension in international relations has not lost meaning throughout the long history of this conference. Now, if you just look at our program for the next few days, you can see some of the questions that we're going to be tackling. We're talking about the threats to the livelihood of millions of people, the worldwide deployment of the Sustainable Development Goals, and unfortunately, these are things that have been put on the back burner temporarily. And then we also, unfortunately, the fight against climate change has also been put on the back burner. Many countries during the pandemic, we know that have also been subject to great protests against parliaments because of the restrictions that have been enacted against the people. What we need to do is rebuild trust where it has been damaged. And with the effects of the corona pandemic on all our parliaments, we need to mitigate the damage that has been done, and we need to make sure that we also ensure that our parliaments are safe but also open. That is a very central issue. You can see that what we need to do is achieve democratic renewal and make sure that our parliaments are heard. Franz Kafka, who is a German-speaking author rather, says that paths only open up when you take them. So let's make sure that we walk down the path of being heard for our parliaments together. Remember, cross-border issues require cross-border solutions. We all know that. But parliaments also have a great responsibility in that domain. Maybe that's not something that everybody realizes. Democracy lives from respect, and it lives from the respect that we bring to the table for each other. And it also, as today, requires openness. The fact that we are able to meet together today is a strong signal that we as parliamentarians are still looking for answers to global questions at the international level. I hope you and we have a constructive debate and that you have a lovely time in Austria. And I will be looking forward to welcoming you at the reception hosted by the Austrian Parliament in the Viennese Hofburg. And now I would like to invite our representatives of youth up to the stage. The floor is yours.
Ich stehe heute vor Ihnen als
I am standing here as a representative of 1.2 million young people in Austria. 1.2 million young people who in the last 2 years have been living through one of the most difficult periods of their lives. Ladies and gentlemen, speakers, my name is Alexandra Busek. I'm 18 years old, and this year I am the student body president for all of Austria. I would like to thank Wolfgang Sobotka for this opportunity to speak. Thank you for appreciating the voice of youth. You might find it strange that there's an 18-year-old speaking in front of you and making demands of you. In Austria, we're quite privileged. We have this system of student representation that is unique on an international level, and it reaches out to the smallest schools and the smallest classes in Austria, and it goes up to the national level. So we take this responsibility and we have it very early. We sacrifice hours of our time to try and do our job for our fellow students. And I think we're doing this for the same reason, because we are trying to make the world a better place, also at an international level. Living together in Europe for young people is the basis for quality of life, security, and the future. We are convinced that for the future is something that you're best able to predict if you shape it yourselves. And therefore, we need to have a bit of a rethink. Don't just look at us as the future, as the people of tomorrow. We're here now. So if you're talking about current decisions, for example, annual CO2 emissions, we're not just talking about the outlook for ourselves and for our children, but this also affects you. You'll be talking today about the great and the small problems of the world and the world politics. But if I had one request to make to you, then I would say, please do not forget to think about us, the young people. Especially when it comes to environment or technology or digitalization, or when you talk about how we deal with media. The approaches that you're going to talk about today are things that you're going to be promoting in the future. These are all topics also are things that will be incorporated into the educational sector, and that is, of course, very important to us. The youth want to play a role, you just have to allow us to raise our voice. So I see myself not just as a representative of Austria's 1.2 million students, but really as a voice for everyone that is not in the privileged position of being able to feel like they are represented or heard. We should take it upon ourselves to also build a system of representation where young people can feel like they are being heard as well. Now, it's your turn. Please listen. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Alexandra. I think that your message has gone down well. Speaker Sobotka, you talked about the need to regain trust with the young people. They want their voices heard as a means of rebuilding trust in governing institutions. We need to rejuvenate the institutions of governance, and we are so proud that young people are coming up. And let me draw attention to the IPO's campaign, I Say Yes to Youth in Parliament. And I'm calling on you parliamentary leaders, change makers here, to sign up to the pledge to make sure that there are increasing numbers of young people in Parliament so that their voices can be heard, so that their interests can be articulated into the parliamentary process. Thank you very much for your attention. I hope you will sign up to that campaign. And now it gives me great pleasure to invite the Honorable President of the Inter-Parliamentary Union, my very good friend, Duarte Pacheco, to deliver his... Sorry? Oh, sorry. I was so much in a hurry to call on my good friend to come and open this conference, but I need to reach out to another constituency within the IPU, the women speakers of parliament. As was said earlier, they did have their 13th summit yesterday in this very precincts, and we will now be calling on the Honorable Speaker of Norway, Speaker Trøen, to come and deliver the outcome of that summit of women speakers.
See you later.
Mr. Speaker of the Austrian National Council, Mr. Speaker of the Austrian Federal Council, Mr. President-elect of the United Nations General Assembly, Mr. President of the IPU, Mr. Secretary General of the IPU, dear Speakers of Parliament, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen. It is my great pleasure to be presenting the outcome of the 13th Summit of Women Speakers of Parliament. The theme of the summit, Women at the Centre, from confronting the pandemic to preserving the achievements of gender-responsive recovery, is closely linked to the main theme of today's World Conference of Speakers of Parliament. The summit was held yesterday here in Vienna. It brought together 26 women speakers of Parliament and heads of delegations of Parliament from around the world. During the event, speakers participated in interactive debates relating to two key themes. The first tackled women in the pandemic, a tribute to everyday heroes who have been, we recognize and pay tribute to the women in all sectors who have been instrumental in confronting the pandemic. We found that women working on the front line, providing care services, have been an irreplaceable asset to the pandemic response. We also found that women's crucial role in domestic care is underappreciated and needs to be fairly compensated. While women have been risking their health and safety in our collective confrontation of the pandemic, they have largely gone unsupported. 60% of women are not covered by any type of social protection. We therefore call for universal, gender-responsive social protection systems to be available to everyone by 2030. Next, we focused our efforts on what we need to do moving forward. The second theme on women in the post-pandemic recovery, preserving achievements, furthering process, identified how we can preserve and consolidate women's achievements, and further progress in the gender-responsive recovery agenda to ensure that no woman and no girl is left behind. Balanced parliaments translate to more gender-responsive policies that can help with the holistic recovery from the pandemic. But we also recognized that this can only be achieved through strong political will. We agreed that strong policies are required to empower women economically and ensure global economic recovery after the pandemic. Lastly, we agreed that violence against women and girls and harmful practices such as child marriage and female genital mutilation must be eradicated from our societies to make them stronger and more equal after COVID-19. As leaders of our parliaments, we must act now to recognize the unique role of women and strive to make our institutions gender sensitive by creating an enabling environment for all. We must legislate measures that level the playing field and open politics to women from diverse backgrounds. We must address the barriers that deter or limit gender equality, including gender-based discrimination, sexism, and harassment. Our role in addressing barriers to gender equality should also extend internationally. Our influence as speakers of parliament should not just remain within our national borders, but extend to the global community, especially to countries like Afghanistan, where women's liberties are in great danger of being taken away. The sustainable development of Afghanistan requires the meaningful participation of women in all fields, including in public life. We need to ensure that women's participation in the democratic processes remains a priority and that the number of women in parliament does not fall from its current 27%. Women's voices must be represented, especially now, during this transitional period in which 80% of Afghanistan's refugees are women and children. As members of the international community, we have a responsibility to protect women and girls' rights, dignity and freedoms everywhere. We need to actively counter setbacks and eliminate all forms of violence against women and girls, especially in situations where peace and security are threatened. Dear colleagues, we must stand united in the fight for gender equality, even more so during crises like those we currently face. In times of pandemic and conflict, we must ensure that the least privileged among us are never left behind. I call on you now to show that we can and will make a difference. It is our responsibility as speakers to mobilize parliaments towards concrete policies for lasting change. Thank you, and I look forward to the fruitful deliberations of the Speakers' Conference.
Thank you very much, Speaker Troy. Women are our heroes. We have seen them on the front line of efforts to fight the pandemic. They have to be at the table, they have to be empowered so that they can continue to contribute to the progress of society. Thank you very much for your message. I now have the honor and privilege to introduce IPU President Duarte Pacheco to deliver his opening remarks at this conference. I'm sure he's the happiest person in this room today because at last we can meet in person and interact personally without having to go through technology. So, President Pacheco, you have the floor.
Speaker Sobotka, Speaker Hagi, Speaker Troen, Mr. President of the General Assembly, Madam Kofi, Secretary General of IPU, Excellencies, Speakers of Parliament. Yes, Mr. Secretary General, I am so glad to see you all face to face finally. This is our first in-person meeting after Belgrade 2 years ago. Finally, we are together again. And a special word we need to say to our hosts, especially to the Speaker Sahagi and Speaker Sobotka, because we are here because you didn't give up. You insist that it's possible to organize this meeting. Some weeks ago, some of us, we don't believe that will happen. But we are here, and the success of the meeting show that when we wish, when we work for something, when we fight for something, this will be a reality. Thank you so much for everything, Mr. Speaker. But, dear friends, we are living with a pandemic. In these 2 years, more than 4 million people died in our world. Poverty increased. The gap between rich and poor increased as well. Economical and social inequalities increased. And I think we learned a lot. And we understand how small is our world. Just working together is possible to win this battle against a small virus. And sometimes we forget it. We think that we can be proud, we can win our battles alone. No. This small virus gives us a lesson. Just if we work together, we will find solutions to global problems of humankind. And we are here as members of IPU to show that, yes, parliaments are ready to work together to fight against all the problems of humankind. But we never forget. We never forget the 4 million of human beings that died from COVID-19. And some of our colleagues as well, parliamentarians from Latin America, from Africa, from Europe, from Asia, pass away during these times, suffering from COVID. And I think that this is our duty in our first meeting to show some respect for all of them. And so I ask you 1 minute of silence to show our respect to our colleagues that pass away during these times. Thank you so much. But, dear colleagues, in these 2 years, in this year, 2020, other problems affect also the international community. A military coup in Myanmar destroyed years of hard work to establish effective and representative institutions in the country. We, as IPU, express our solidarity to our colleagues with the Parliament of Myanmar, and we said that we will be with them, respecting, and we will ask the militaries that took the power to respect our colleagues in Myanmar. In Venezuela, the political crisis has reached new levels. Just a week ago, the IPU undertook a mission to Venezuela. It was possible to talk with the authorities and with the opposition to better understanding the situation on the country. We hope that the outcome of the Mexico talks will be reflected in the sound framework for dialogue, which can lead to progress in meeting the real needs of Venezuelan people. Over the past few weeks, we felt the tragic events that happened in Afghanistan, a country over that IPU over 20 years helped the parliamentarians, the institutions to respect democracy and to build capacity to exercise a constitutional role. We are with you, dear colleagues, because we are with parliamentarians all over the world. And we wish that the new power in Afghanistan, we urge the new power of Afghanistan to respect all parliamentarians, the integrity of our colleagues, because they have the right to do it. On Sunday, just this week, another military coup took place, this time in Guinea. We strongly condemned the dissolution of the National Assembly and the use of force to change the constitutional order. We are, IPU, is particularly concerned with the situation of parliamentarians in Guinea, and their human rights needs to be preserved. But we don't have just attacks to the parliaments. We witness a growing and very danger, the growing of terrorism and violent extremism that can attack all of us like a cancer that has no color, no country, no religion, can happen in North and South, in Africa or Europe, something that we should condemn every day. We saw what happened in Sahel, in the Middle East, in countries like Mozambique, in Cabo Delgado. We need to fight together the terrorism. It's something that is not possible to accept, never and never. Yes, this is in this context, dear colleagues, that we have this meeting, and we should understand that the world is calling for our leadership, solidarity, and transformative action. This is one moment to show that parliaments are not closed inside our walls, that we believe in multilateralism as the only way to resolve the problems of all of us. And so here we are, to show to the world that, yes, we are ready to work together. We understand also that in these times of pandemic, there isn't the same suffering for all. Women suffer more. Years and years of progress to achieve gender equality may disappear. So we need to be aware of that and to defend what we achieved and to build more equality and more inclusive society. The same if we talk about the youth participation. Mr. Speakers, Madam Speakers, our goal is to left a better world to our children, is to left a better world to the next generation. And so we need to have their participation in building this future. That's why the youth participation in politics is so important. That's why we need to fight climate change. Because what happens every day shows that we are destroying our world. The recently released IPCC report on climate change is a code red for humanity. It shows that we need action. The pandemic shows us the resilience of Parliament. But, dear colleagues and friends, we are not just spectators of the crisis. We are actors. We as parliamentarians, and you especially, because we are speakers of parliaments, you have power, you have influence, you can help to change the situation, and you should use it. Because we don't need just nice speech. We don't need just to meet each other to say hello. We need to meet each other to say, yes, we are here to act. To act to have a better world, where human rights will be respected in general, but the individual human rights will be respected as well. And that's why I will say that, yes, I'm confident in our future. Because so many speakers of parliament in these times where we didn't end the pandemic were available to travel, to come to Vienna, to work together, to say that we are ready to act. Yes, Mr. Speaker, I believe that your visions are essential for eradicating the pandemic, to win the battle against the challenge of our world. Your determination is essential. I encourage the parliamentarian leaders of the world to call off a troubled world, ideas, visions, to pledge to action and to adopt our common high-level declaration. With all of you, we will have a better and a better future. Thank you so much, Madam and Mr. Speakers.
Thank you very much, Honorable President. Yours has been a call to action. The world has a lot of crises. You've mentioned them, but parliamentarians and less so parliamentary leaders cannot just be spectators. They should be actors. They should take action. Thank you very much for that call to action. It now gives me pleasure to go on to another youth voice, because we're engaged in an intergenerational dialogue here. Reference has been made to the climate crisis that the world is experiencing day in, day out. We have a young person who unfortunately cannot be with us today because she's just starting college in New York. She is Shia Bastida, born in Mexico, raised in the United States, coming from an indigenous group called Otomi Toltec Indigenous Peoples. And the philosophy is that our relationship with Mother Earth should be one of reciprocity and care. She would have loved to be here, but as I say, she is in school, but she has offered to send a video message, which I would like us to watch now. Thank you very much.
Honorable Speakers of Parliament, my name is Shia Bastida and I'm a 19-year-old climate justice activist. At this point in time, you have probably heard many speeches about the case for implementing climate solutions and stopping the emissions of CO2. There are very few things that I can say that you haven't already heard. The reason why I'm here is because for too long, there has been an emotional and ethical disconnect in international relations and policy. We have been taught that feelings and emotions should not be included in decision-making. In my opinion, that thinking is flawed because the world is made up of emotions and stories of people who are directly affected by the decisions that are made by politicians. What we need is to be more cognizant of the effects that policy actually has on people's lives. We will only get to that level of understanding by listening and sympathizing with each other. When I was 13 years old, I saw the effects of the climate crisis in my hometown in Mexico. First, the effects of pollution and mega projects, then in 2015, the effects of flooding. I was raised with an indigenous philosophy, which states that our relationship with Mother Earth must be one of reciprocity and care. But every single system around me was pointing the other way. As we speak, there are parts of the world suffering from heat waves, wildfires, flooding, hurricanes, and air pollution, all while the world aims to recover from the COVID-19 pandemic. A year ago, you made a commitment to strengthen international cooperation, solidarity, and multilateral action, not only to lead the world out of the pandemic, but also to transform it for the better and to improve resilience in terms of the climate crisis. You underscored the critical importance of multilateralism and international solidarity in addressing the daunting socioeconomic challenges of our time. You noted that the recovery must be sustainable and green, as well as incorporating innovative solutions to the climate crisis. I am here to remind you yet again that we do this work as youth activists because every single degree of warming has enormous ramifications on our present and future stability, security, and prosperity. Our current infrastructure and policy shows we are not ready for the crisis that we are encountering, both the COVID-19 pandemic and the climate crisis. I am here to remind you that we do this work to influence people who have influence, who have decision-making power like you. We are here to remind you that the climate crisis is generational injustice, and you have the power to create and implement smart, just, and holistic legislation. If parliamentarians are gathered here today to say, we can do this, we can shift current trends and ensure to the world population a just transition out of the pandemic in a context of sustainability, we, the youth, would say we would support that thinking and that legislation. I can't change the world, but you can. Imagine a world where we stop fossil fuel investments and subsidies, where we stop any new fossil fuel infrastructure and focus on renewable energy, where we implement intersectional climate education, including literacy on climate justice, environmental racism, ancestral wisdom, and indigenous wisdom, where we operate as a collective that doesn't put the global south in danger every time a decision is made, where we get to net zero emissions by 2030, where we protect the right of youth to grow up without climate trauma, where we uphold our Paris Agreement promises, where we stay below 1.5 degrees of warming. I call upon you, honorable speakers of parliament, to use all the might of your agency to have laws enforced and measures taken to ensure a future that is not only just and equitable, but also less ferocious and greedy, less individualistic and egotistic, less demanding of luxurious goods and services. On the other hand, more empathetic with the most vulnerable, as well as much more tuned in with nature and her own needs. We, the youth, will be counting on you every minute because there is no minute to lose. And as we face the pandemic crisis and the climate crisis, I believe that together we can definitely help not only regenerate the social fabric, but the fragile and beautiful mosaic of world's ecosystem that holds life systems together. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Chair. Let me correct you. You can change the world. You can help the parliamentary leaders of this world to change the world. Thank you very much for that call to action. We need to act fast. We've heard the voice of the young generation who aspire to a safe, healthy, and green world. I would now like to turn on to the IPCC, the UN's Intergovernmental Panel on Climate Change. We've heard that there is a climate crisis, and science doesn't lie. Science is telling us that there's a crisis, but that there is a solution. We need to act fast in order to avoid catastrophe. We would now like to listen to one of the co-authors of the most recent report of the UN IPCC, Valérie Masson-Delmotte, who is going to tell us what is happening with the climate crisis today. Valérie?
Honorable speakers and presidents, thank you for this opportunity to share with you the key findings from our latest climate report. Where are we now? It is unequivocal that human activities are causing climate change. Our best estimate is that all of the observed warming, now reaching 1.1 degrees Celsius in the last decade compared to the late 19th century, is caused by emissions from human activities, with greenhouse gas warming partly masked by cooling from pollution particles. Recent changes that we see in the climate are widespread, rapid and intensifying, and unprecedented in thousands of years or more. The rise of sea level is accelerating. Human-induced climate change is already affecting every region on Earth in multiple ways, strengthening the frequency and intensity of extreme events such as heat waves, heavy precipitation, droughts, or fire weather. What are our possible climate futures? The changes we experience will increase with further warming. Global surface temperature will continue to rise until at least the mid-century. Global warming of 1.5 by the next 20 years and 2 degrees by the mid-century will be exceeded unless deep reductions in carbon dioxide and other greenhouse gas emissions occur in the coming decades. Many changes in the climate system become larger in direct relation to increasing global warming. They include increases in the intensity and frequency of hot extremes, heavy precipitation, droughts in some regions like the Mediterranean, the proportion of intense tropical cyclones, reductions in Arctic sea ice, snow cover, and permafrost. A warmer climate will intensify the water cycle and its variability, including very wet and very dry weather events, seasons with implications for flooding and drought. Many changes due to past and future greenhouse gas emissions are irreversible on timescales of centuries to millennia, especially changes in the deep ocean, ice sheets, and sea level. It is certain that global sea level will continue to rise, but the rate and magnitude of rise over this and the next centuries will increase with more emissions. Our report provides a wealth of knowledge in terms of climate information for risk assessments and regional adaptation for Europe and for all other world regions. With further global warming, every region will increasingly experience concurrent and multiple changes in what we call climatic impact drivers, physical changes, trends, extremes, values above non-tolerant thresholds. And these changes will be more widespread and pronounced with every fraction of additional global warming. We cannot rule out low likelihood outcomes such as ice sheet collapse or abrupt ocean circulation changes. This is part of risk assessments, and the probability of such outcomes increases with higher levels of warming. From a physical science perspective, what is needed to limit future climate change? Future warming depends on future emissions, and every ton of CO2 adds to global warming. Limiting human warming to a specific level requires limiting cumulative emissions of CO2, reaching at least net zero CO2 emissions, along with strong reductions in emissions of other greenhouse gases. In particular, strong, rapid, and sustained reductions in methane emissions would also limit the warming effect resulting from less aerosol pollution and would contribute to improve air quality. The good news are that reduced greenhouse gas emissions lead within years to discernible effects on atmospheric composition and air quality compared to high greenhouse gas emission scenarios. The effects for trends in global surface temperature would be seen within around 20 years. While there's no going back for some changes in the climate system, they can be slowed and others could be stopped by limiting global warming. The climate we experience in the future depends on your decisions now. Please read our report, use our interactive atlas, our regional fact sheets, and please use this knowledge to inform your decisions. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Valerie. The report is very clear. There is a crisis and we need to act fast. It is possible to reverse the effects of climate change. Thank you very much. It now gives me great pleasure and privilege to introduce our next speaker, special guest, His Excellency Abdullah Shahid, President of the 76th session of the United Nations General Assembly. Your Excellency, we are very pleased that you have been able to come here in spite of the fact that the United Nations General Assembly session is just a week away. Please, over to you. He's no longer, he used to be this.
Honorable Duarte Pacheco, President of the Inter-Parliamentary Union, Honorable Wolfgang Sabotok, President of National Council of Austria, Honorable Peter Ragu, President of the Federal Council of the Republic of Austria, the Honorable Torn Tron, President, Summit of Women Speakers and Speaker of Norway, my dear friend Martin Chung, Secretary General of the IPU, Honorable Speakers, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you for the opportunity to join you for the 5th World Conference of Speakers of Parliament. I would like to extend my sincere appreciation to the government of Austria for convening this conference. I would also like to commend the Inter-Parliamentary Union and the Secretary General Martin Chung for their unwavering support to democracy and multilateralism. Honorable speakers, dear colleagues, I have the honor of having had a lengthy relationship with the IPU during my 5 terms in the Maldivian Parliament, and the pleasure of calling Mr. Chung a friend. It was former IPU Secretary General Anders B. Johnson, along with Mr. Chung, who supported the Maldives during our transition to democracy. As Speaker of Parliament of the Maldives, I relied upon their support during some of the most challenging periods. I have deep respect and appreciation for IPU and its team. Martin, my friend, I thank you, and it is a pleasure to be here with you today. Honorable speakers, ladies and gentlemen, I stand before you today not as a Speaker of a Parliament, but as the President-elect of the United Nations General Assembly, the Parliament of Humanity. As I take on this role, I have no doubt that the lessons that I have learned as Speaker of Parliament and as a parliamentarian will serve me well. Much like your own parliaments, the United Nations and multilateralism thrives on dialogue, on negotiation, and on nuance. These elements are needed now more than ever. Our world continues the slow but steady emergence from the global pandemic. We, however, struggle to bring climate change under control. There is growing inequality, which has only been exacerbated by the pandemic. While vaccines are available, the distribution has been uneven. The lockdowns in many countries have seen fall in revenues, job losses, school closures, rise in mental health and domestic violence cases, and proliferation of fake news. The pandemic has also not given respite to the security situation in fragile states. Clearly, there are many reasons to be cynical or pessimistic by the challenges surrounding us. But that is an option we cannot afford. Billions of people look to us for signs of hope, for indications that there exists a better future. They yearn for a world that is greener, bluer, and more resilient, free of conflict and hostilities, and more equal and just for all. They look to us for hope. I say, let us give it to them. For every challenge that we face, there are solutions. The obstacles, therefore, is not the lack of solutions, but our own capacity and will to do what is needed to pursue a multilateral approach. And let me be very clear. We have only one viable path forward, and that is a multilateral one. Whether discussing COVID-19, climate change, or economic recovery, we can only go forward together. Our world is too interconnected not to address our challenges or seize our opportunities as one. We must learn to embrace multilateralism. It is this need for togetherness and unity that has led me to choose hope as the theme for the 76th session of the United Nations General Assembly. We must give people hope for a better future. This is also the reason why my presidency is the presidency of hope. Honorable speakers, ladies and gentlemen, the 76th session will prioritize 5 rays of hope. First, our immediate priority will be continuing the recovery from COVID-19. Ensuring equitable access to vaccines is unparalleled in importance. Without this, we prolong the pandemic, threaten lives and livelihoods, and risk only further variants and outbreaks. It is for this reason that I plan to organize a high-level meeting on vaccines at the General Assembly before the end of the year or early next year. Second, we need to build back better, stronger, bluer, and greener. I will use the 76th session to emphasize the need for a sustainable, transformative recovery from COVID-19. This pandemic has been set back to the lives of billions, yet our recovery to this setback can be a turning point, allowing us to move faster and further. Let us embrace this opportunity for change and ignite progress on the decade of action on the Sustainable Development Goals. Third, we must respond to the needs of the planet. The recent report from the Intergovernmental Panel on Climate Change, which we just heard, was unequivocal in its assessment of where we are on this issue. We must act quickly if we are to limit the climate impacts. For my part, I will convene a high-level meeting on climate in October 2021. It is my hope that this effort will help inspire greater climate ambition from member states ahead of COP26 in Glasgow. Relatedly, we will have other significant events in the coming year on the environment, covering the ocean, desertification, land degradation and drought, and biodiversity. We must use each of these moments to push for even more action. To fully utilize the impetus generated by these events, it is my intention to hold a super session on nature during the 76th session of the United Nations General Assembly. My hope is that this super session will galvanize the required political momentum and advance climate goals. Fourth, we must continue to promote and protect human rights and address inequalities and injustices. The protection of human rights is one of the core values of the United Nations. We need to work together to counter the rising tide of racism, racial discrimination, xenophobia, and all other forms of discrimination. As a lifelong supporter of gender equality, I will focus on the empowerment of women, ensuring their full, equal, and meaningful representation. My cabinet is gender balanced, and I have been vocal about my intention to only participate in panels or discussions that reflect gender parity. I hope you will join me in espousing these principles. And finally, we need to continue our efforts to empower and reform the United Nations. Building on the work of my predecessors, I will continue to make the United Nations more efficient, effective, and accountable, and even family-friendly. I will work with member states to ensure that our decisions, discussions, and actions are relevant and impactful to the people of the world. We need to bring the United Nations closer to the people. Honorable speakers, ladies and gentlemen, parliaments are necessary partners for each of these rays of hope. Whether it is in ensuring access to vaccines, recovering sustainably from the pandemic, or tackling the threat of climate change, the United Nations cannot act alone. We need to work with our partners, the parliaments. Parliaments represent the voice of the people. Parliaments help ensure that resolutions and decisions of the General Assembly are passed on to the national and local stage and translated into concrete deliverables that people can see and feel. This is how we can bring together the work of the United Nations to people everywhere. Honorable speakers, ladies and gentlemen, we have had a challenging period to say the least. We must look forward together. We must shape our joint future together. I look forward to working with you to make this a reality. Let the parliaments of the world unite in our joint endeavor for a better future. And I thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Excellency Abdullah Shahid, PGA and good friend. Thank you for that inspiring statement. We welcome your emphasis on hope, hope being your guiding light during your presidency, and multilateralism being the tool to realize that hope. We wish you all the success in your term, and we're very delighted about your commitment to continue to engage with parliaments so that the deliberations of the United Nations General Assembly can be informed by the voices of the people. Let me now turn to another person, another former parliamentarian who is not able to be with us here today. And that is none other than the United Nations Secretary General, who has sent a video message to this conference. So can we have that message from His Excellency Antonio Guterres?
As a former parliamentarian, it is a privilege to take part in this 5th World Conference of Speakers of Parliament and Summit of Women Speakers. Parliaments connect people to power. Without this connection, governing is untenable, democracy unsinkable. And for a world reeling from COVID-19, climate change, inequality, and conflicts, recovery is impossible. The common solution to all of these challenges is solidarity, people acting in the common interest. That is what the multilateral system does on the global stage, and it's what parliaments seek to do at the national level. Parliaments bridge the global and local. You ratify treaties, execute international commitments, and ensure critical support through national budgets. You are central to advancing human rights and the Sustainable Development Goals. We are counting on you to secure ambitious climate action. The recent IPCC report is a reminder that there is no time for delay and no room for excuses. The solutions are clear. A commitment to net zero emissions by mid-century, more ambitious 2030 climate plans, no new coal plants after 2021, phasing out fossil fuel subsidies, and delivering credible adaptation support to developing countries backed by adequate climate finance. That is the best way to inclusive and green economies, prosperity, clean air, and better health. We also support your efforts to put people first, with stronger social protections and safety nets, universal health coverage and basic income, education for all, and increased support for girls and women who have suffered disproportionately from the pandemic. They face increased violence online, in the streets, and at home. They're at heightened risk of child marriage and early pregnancy. And with job losses and increased poverty, we risk losing a generation's worth of hard-won gains for women. We need to put women at the center of the recovery and at the center of parliaments. Only 3 countries have 50% or more women in parliament. Many have no women at all. We urge countries and political parties to achieve true gender parity in the halls of power, including through gender quotas. When women are equally represented, when women lead, we see greater outcomes for everyone. And we build greater trust in the institutions upon which we all rely. Parliaments must reflect the will of the people, all people, and support their needs as they struggle through this perilous moment in history. The United Nations stands with parliamentarians everywhere in this great effort, and I thank you.
Thank you very much, Secretary General Guterres. Parliament has the bridge with the people, and we hope that the voices of parliaments will continue to be heard in the deliberations of the United Nations. It gives me pleasure now to welcome a very special person. We have had reference, the president of the IPU mentioned what is happening in Afghanistan today. We have insisted on bringing somebody here to address you, to let you see live what is happening in Afghanistan, including the challenges faced by women. We have none other than Fawzia Koofi, somebody we have known over the years within the IPU, former parliamentarian, peace activist, who literally jumped on the last flight out of Kabul to safety, and who is able to be here with us today. So please, Fawzia, you have the floor.
In the name of God, who has created all human beings equal and liberal. Speaker Sabotka, Speaker Troy, His Excellency IPU President, His Excellency the President of UN General Assembly, my dear friend, IPU Secretary General, Mr. Martin, speakers, ladies and gentlemen. I would like to take the opportunity to thank the Austrian government for making it possible for us to come together again at these extraordinary new norms and challenges we all face. For me personally, it has been more challenging, and for my colleagues who come from Afghanistan. Only 7 days ago, except my faith and the belief that I had for what I do, there was no hope and expectation that I can re-emerge and be functional as a human being, let alone be in front of such a wonderful, distinguished people. My country, Afghanistan, and my fellow women and men are hurting. On the 15th of August, only 3 weeks ago, the Taliban took my country by force, injecting fears of a return to a past that I am so familiar with, a past in which women and girls were not only allowed to exist, but they were not even regarded as first-class citizens. A past that is defined by male dominance, a past which I had not hoped to revisit. The overall theme of this conference focuses on parliamentary leadership and multilateralism. The future of Afghanistan is the latest test for whether or not we can come together as a global community in the face of adversity. The Afghan people need your help, now more than ever. Afghans facing reprisal from those in power should be allowed to find a safe haven somewhere else until their own country is safe again. While numbers of people were airlifted out of Kabul, that possibility came to an end now. Afghans are now undertaking uncertain and dangerous journey over land to cross the border. I'm thankful to our neighbors and for those who receive these people at risk. Our neighbors and all of us must do more to facilitate the safe passage of Afghans across their borders. But of course, neighboring countries cannot shoulder this responsibility alone. What's happening in Afghanistan should be a concern to all of us. We have to act together in providing those under threat safe place. I therefore call on all of you to use your power back home to show solidarity with Afghan people, first and foremost with those who are at risk. I, along with my colleagues, got out of Afghanistan in the last minutes, thanks to IPU for their follow-up push. This was the first time I felt so proud to be associated with such an organization that worked for a human cause to save lives. They did not only push for my transfer to a safe place, thanks to Qatar government for making it happen, but are working hard to make sure that other female parliamentarians who are living under extraordinary challenge, and male parliamentarians back home, hiding, changing location on minute basis, on hour basis, keep their phones off so that they are not chased. Their houses have been searched, some of whom managed to flee, most of them are still in the country. The IPU made it possible for me to come out of Afghanistan with the support of other friends. But many people who are at risk did not make it happen. I came from a city and a country that looks like a graveyard of people alive. There are people breathing without any liberty. The country and the beauties of this country, the beautiful mountains that represent the dignity of a nation, the streets of Kabul that are witness of thousands of human being lives lost, and the people that every day call for a different life, a better life, desperate, disappointed, uncertain about what will happen to their future. They certainly deserve to live a better life. The international community has to make it clear that it will only work with the authorities in Kabul if they map out a clear path that guarantees the basic fundamental rights of all segments of society, in particular women and girls. This should also include a speedy return to the constitutional order through elections which everyone should be able to take part. One human being, one vote is how we'll define the future of the country in a prosperous way. To achieve this, we need unity of purpose. We need a clear break from the past. For too long, Afghanistan has fallen to the regional and international power politics, where allied interests have defined our fate. It's high time that Afghans can decide on their own future. We need you to speak and act with united voice to help make this possible. This is a normal imperative. We owe it to the Afghan people that they can live their lives in dignity, free of conflict. It's also a practical imperative. An unstable Afghanistan has the potential to jeopardize peace in the region and beyond, and to force Afghans to flee in big and great numbers to your own borders. Unfortunately, what's happening in Afghanistan is not isolated from other things that we see today. Conflicts in many parts of the world. Young Syrians are only familiar with the reality of the war. The people of Yemen continue to face hardship, catastrophic humanitarian crisis. Earlier this year, the military Myanmar forced itself into power, disregarding the outcome of a free and fair elections. All these situations show how power imbalances and abuses of power are the roots of so much conflict and inequality. Let me mention 3 specific areas where their power structure caused particular situation and where we need to take action together to address these harmful outcomes and values they produce and convey. The first is close to home. In the relationship between men and women, the playbook for running today's world was written primarily with men's interest in mind. We have to reinvent the system to break the barriers that prevent us from achieving gender equality. The Sustainable Development Goals, our common blueprint for building peaceful, prosperous, and inclusive society, clearly state that gender equality is a goal itself, and it's key to achieving the other 16 goals of development goals. In order to achieve this, we should make our political processes, structures, and methods of work more responsive to women's needs and accelerate our drive to achieve full parity in parliaments. We should take more forceful action to repeal laws that discriminate against women and girls and increase protection against violence. We should also do more to close the gaps in girls' education and gender pay gap. Only if women were allowed to lead politics in Afghanistan, only if women's voices were heard in the peace process, trust me, we would have not been in the same situation where we are now in that country. Another area where power imbalances can do much harm is when they are indirect, to better say misdirect, at minorities. All countries in the world include persons belonging to national or ethnic, religious, and linguistic minorities. Although their situations greatly vary, common to all is the fact that too often minorities face multiple forms of discrimination, resulting in marginalization and exclusion. Achieving effective participation of minorities and ending their exclusion requires that we embrace diversity through and promotion and implementation of international human rights standards. There can be no place for discrimination which scars our society. Finally, there is risk of power imbalance and abuses in relationship between the state and citizens at large. Human rights determine the state power and at the same time require states to take positive measures to enable all people to enjoy their human rights. Unfortunately, too often today we see that states pay lip service to human rights, showing little real willingness to interest to improve their human rights record. In some cases, the absence of any mechanism or accountability allows states to get away with committed to the most horrendous crimes. It's our collective responsibility to speak up when this happens and to demand accountability. Dear ladies and gentlemen, as I mentioned earlier, the title of your conference is very timely indeed. Parliamentary leadership and multilateralism are crucial to tackling the three disrupting forms of power imbalances, which have caused us so much sorrow. Again, in the case of Afghanistan, if only more time was given and invested to pursue a political settlement with genuinity and certainty that was inclusive and representative to the demand of our people, things would have been different today. Abandonment is not the solution. By turning our face from the reality does not change. The image of Kabul airport shocked the world and brought us to this realization that by closing our borders, problem does not end. Let's open our hearts and unite our arms to work for a better world that is safer for all its citizens. May peace prevail and harmony. May peace and harmony prevail. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Fauzia. Thank you for those moving words. The Afghan people deserve to live in dignity. They're asking for the solidarity of the international community to make that happen. I am sure that we've heard that message. And let me personally use this opportunity to pay tribute to those countries that have been gracious enough to take in helpless Afghans as refugees in their countries. A host of European countries, Middle East, Qatar, United Arab Emirates, but also some small countries, Uruguay, Ecuador, Uganda. They are graciously accepting. Of course, we have Bahrain. How could I? They are taking on these refugees. And we do know that not all of them have the capacity to bear the burden of hosting these refugees. And so I would like to call solemnly on the solidarity of the international community to reach out to those countries that are resource-strapped, like Uganda, Ecuador, that are taking on refugees, to make sure that they have the capacity to ensure that Afghans who are on their territory live in dignity and enjoy their human rights to the fullest. Thank you very much. I think we've come. We have come to the end of this inaugural session, and it gives me great pleasure now to invite the Honorable President of the Inter-Parliamentary Union to formally declare this conference open. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Secretary General, Madam and Mr. Speakers. Just to say a special thank you to our colleague, Kofi, because you give us a very impressive statement about the situation of that happened in Afghanistan, and also the rights of parliamentarians and the rights of women in your country. We will be with you together. We will wish always the best. And I need to say, we are with you because we are with all parliamentarians that suffer. We don't care if it happens in North or South, in Africa or in Europe, we as IPU should defend the human rights of parliamentarians always. The right to speech, the freedom of movements, the freedom to have their own mandates completely full of activities. And so we will defend parliamentarians all over the world. And this is our duty, and we will do it always. So this is the moment. This is my first time. I declare open the 5th World Conference of Speakers of Parliament. It's open. Thank you so much for attending this inaugural session. We'll have 5 minutes break just to change the stage, and we will continue our work. Thank you so much for attending this moment. Same. I am waiting.
Oh, I just done that. It's on this floor. Yes.
Yes, we will see. It's New York, and please have a good time. Good luck for you, because we need.
Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, please note, we are not doing a full break at this time. We are simply going to change the stage, and then we will continue immediately with the general debate on motion 1. So please take your seats right away so that we can begin to move straight on to the general debate on motion 1. Thank you very much.
In my office.
And let me just take this opportunity to thank all of our presidents, speakers, and special guests for those very inspiring messages that we have just heard in the inaugural session. We will take your messages with us into the general debate.
Regarding to your debate on Afghanistan, I should say that we are hosting 3 million refugees from Iran. Yes, I just wanted to say
I'm sorry to interrupt. Maybe we can take the conversation down here. Yes, thank you very much.
Okay, I'll remove them and you put them where you want, all right?
That might be the easiest. Quickly.
Now, we want to begin with the general debate on motion 1, so I'd like to request that you please take your seats. In the interest of time, we'd like to get started right away. Good morning, guten Tag, Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, and also from me, a very warm welcome to the 5th World Conference of Speakers of Parliament. On behalf of the co-organizers, the IPU and the Austrian Parliament, in cooperation with the United Nations, it is a very great honor to serve as your moderator today. I'm Melinda Crane. I'm political chief correspondent at Deutsche Welle, and I am very pleased indeed to be with you. Again, ladies and gentlemen, we are beginning the general debate. Please take your seats now. We cannot begin until you are in your seats. I will wait for 1 minute, and then I will ask the 4 movers to please join me here on the stage.
Hi.
Hi. Hello. Yes, over here. Yes.
Ladies and gentlemen, please take your seats. We will now begin the general debate on motion 1. I would like to ask the movers of motion 1 to please join us here on stage. That's Her Excellency, Ms. Beatriz Aguimon, President of the Senate of Uruguay. I'm very happy to welcome His Excellency, Mr. Steingrimur Sigfusson, Speaker of the Alþingi of Iceland. He is already with us here on stage. I'd also like to ask Her Excellency, Ms. Puan Maharani, Speaker of the House of Representatives of Indonesia, to join us now on stage, and also would please request that His Excellency, Mr. Abbas Cherno-Bundu, Speaker of Parliament of Sierra Leone, join us now on stage, please, if you would. And I would like to warmly greet our online viewers at this time. We are live streaming on ipu.org and on some parliamentary TV channels around the world. So a very warm welcome to all of you who are following us out there. As you know, Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, this is the world's largest gathering of this, the highest level of parliamentary representation. Over 110 speakers of parliament from around the world are here today for what is the first large-scale, in-person inter-parliamentary meeting since the beginning of the pandemic. And that is, may I please ask for quiet in the room? May I please ask you to take your seats and kindly direct your attention to the stage? It is not only exciting that we meet here in person, as was mentioned by the speakers during the inaugural session, it is also essential, for in the 5 years since this body last met physically, the task has only become more urgent, and that was clearly apparent in the messages that we heard earlier. It is no exaggeration to say that international peace and development depend on effective international cooperation that truly delivers. And that is the overarching theme at this year's conference, which, as you know, is entitled Parliaments for People, Peace, and the Planet. And as we were reminded just now in the inaugural session, the aim of the World Conference of Speakers of Parliament is to reinforce the parliamentary dimension of global governance. The interactive general debate that is now getting underway goes to the very heart of that goal. It is an opportunity for all of you as speakers to share your view on motions addressing the crucial dimensions of the challenges that we face that were outlined earlier on. We have 5 motions to discuss, 3 today, 2 tomorrow. Before we begin, just a very quick word on communications and on rules of procedure. As you can see on the social wall behind me here, we are very active on social media today, and we invite you to join the conversation online by using hashtag 5WCSP and tagging the IPU and Parliament Österreich at hashtag OEParl in your Twitter, Instagram, and LinkedIn posts. Thank you so much. And now to the key matter of rules of procedure. Each motion will be introduced by 2 speakers of Parliament who will advance and explicate some arguments supporting it. And following their remarks, 2 further speakers will share juxtaposing views. And it's really important to note that although this is a debate, we are not looking for yes or no, up or down argument on the merits of the motions, but for open exchange of varying perspectives on what are invariably complex issues. The allotted time for remarks by the 4 initial movers of each motion is 3 minutes each. And dear speakers, because we have a dense schedule today and we are running late, I would be very grateful if you would stay within that allotted time. And I must warn you, I will be a bit strict as a timekeeper. And if you do go over, I will need to interrupt. And as timekeeping authorities yourselves, dear speakers, I know that you will understand. After a short window for response and reaction by the 4 movers, we'll open the floor to general debate. Other speakers of Parliament will each have 3 minutes maximum to share their own views. And we will begin in that general debate with pre-registered comments and then take spontaneous contributions from the floor if time allows it. And if you didn't pre-register but you think you would like to comment, please either raise your nameplate or otherwise signal that you do wish to speak, and we will try to get in as many spontaneous comments as we can. Finally, we'll close each debate with brief concluding remarks from the 4 movers. So we get started now, and I will take my place and introduce motion 1. And let me just say a very warm welcome here from the podium to the 4 movers. It's wonderful to have you with us. Motion 1 proposes achieving sustainable development requires more attention on human well-being and environmental preservation than on economic growth. And each of your countries, excellencies, are assuredly working to ensure sustainable development. Yet, as we all know, you face very different challenges and realities. The importance of economic growth in driving improved livelihoods for people is undeniable. And yet recent years have witnessed an increasingly strong call for societies to expand the vision of development by paying attention not only to economic growth, but also to environmental sustainability and to human well-being. And of course, that tripartite aim is recognized by the 2030 Agenda. Our motion raises the question of how to prioritize these three dimensions. And we will now get started with debate. And I would like to now go, first of all, to our movers of the motion, and I will begin here with Speaker Agimon. Please.
Muchas gracias.
Thank you very much. Good morning, dear speakers of Parliament around the world. Uruguay has fulfilled its international commitments as it presented voluntary national reports looking at the advancement and completion of the Sustainable Development Goals. During 2020, we presented our fourth voluntary national report under the new mandate of the first government. We have political priorities that include the preservation of the environment and fighting against climate change. We created an environmental ministry. Uruguay believes that climate action must be ambitious and have a social focus based on human rights and gender equality. The same focus can be seen in national climate change policies that are implemented at a national level. These aim to reduce by 50% the greenhouse gas emissions by 2025. At the same time, Uruguay has also included a national budget law to achieve national objectives in terms of climate change. This includes economic policies and financial policies. This was mentioned by the President of the Republic at the Climate Summit in December of 2020. The country is firmly committed to the Paris Climate Agreement. Nevertheless, it is important that to realize that our country is very susceptible to adverse effects of climate change by countries that have very high agro-industrial policies. We are also vulnerable to the effects of climate change that have affected our tourism industry on the coast. We are also worried about rising sea levels. We want to decarbonize our economy without threatening the production of important resources. Uruguay is considered as a developing country, and its economy must grow in order to provide more opportunities to its inhabitants, all the while fighting against poverty and promoting equality within our society. So to summarize, our country is aiming for sustainable development in our policies. We also want to preserve the environment as well as human well-being. These have been priorities in defining laws by the authorities, above all during the current pandemic. COVID-19 has been felt particularly hard by Latin American and Caribbean countries. In this sense, we believe that it is necessary to look at, in a balanced way, at all the different dimensions of sustainable development and remember that we are a developing country. We face huge challenges. This is why our economy must continue growing by providing more opportunities to our inhabitants. We are going to continue fighting against poverty, as well as building better equality within our society. There has been an enormous negative effect on the economy that COVID-19 has caused across the world, but particularly in developing countries and in the most vulnerable sectors. We must undertake urgent economic recovery in order to prevent further threats to the climate change crisis. We need a greener and more climate-friendly recovery that is more inclusive. Thank you.
Muchas gracias. And let us move straight on to the speaker from Iceland, Mr. Sigfusson, please.
Well, honorable gathering, dear colleagues, speakers of parliaments from all around the world. At the very outset, I would like to express my
Parliament. In this opportunity, I would like to convey that in order for us to attain sustainable development, there needs to be a balance and integration between social welfare, environmental protection, and economic development without putting one above the others. We need a comprehensive approach between the three to attain Sustainable Development Goals, or SDGs. The world needs a balanced approach between economic, social, and environmental development because strong economic growth is needed to eliminate poverty and to carry out measures of environmental protection. Strong economic growth is needed to improve access
energi terbarukan. Pandemi telah memunculkan gagasan pentingnya lebih memperhatikan
keterkaitan antara berbagai aspek people, prosperity, and planet. Selain itu, saat pandemi merupakan momentum untuk memperbaiki arah pembangunan ekonomi agar menjadi lebih hijau dan inklusif. Sehingga dunia dapat lebih resilient dan siap dalam menghadapi kemungkinan terjadinya pandemi dan krisis lain di masa depan. Selanjutnya, pada masa pasca pandemi, pembangunan ekonomi yang diperlukan adalah untuk mencapai pertumbuhan ekonomi berkualitas yang tidak saja mengejar pertumbuhan
And we also need to have carbon friendly. We should not contradict high economic growth and economic protection. And we can do this by developing new and renewable energy. The technology has allowed us to substitute fossil-based energies with solar, wind, and water and geothermal sources. This new sector can create economic growth. And for that reason, we do not need to choose one between the others, between economic, social, and environmental development. We can pursue all three aspects of development all at the same time with the right policy and with the leadership support of the speakers of parliaments. Thank you.
Vamos agora ouvir aqui o presidente da Serra Leoa. Distintos colegas, vou começar aqui com uma citação. O crescimento econômico é importante, mas o que nós temos a ver é temos vindo aqui uma boa governação, o nosso desenvolvimento, incluindo o capital humano e como tratamos o ambiente. Estes três ingredientes
environment demand a delicate balance at all times, which is best done through participatory and enlightened leadership, be it at national or international level. Human well-being is about how we guarantee an educated, healthy, just, inclusive, and cohesive society, and creating equal opportunity for all. It cannot be measured by individual income or GDP alone. It involves much more than that. It must be anchored in the expansion of people's capabilities to drive national and global economic, social, and environmental change. It must be people-centered and must increase their opportunities in good health, education, safety, and employment. It also demands removing major obstacles like poverty, oppression, and violence from the enjoyment of universal human rights, accountable governance, and fundamental freedoms. In short, it involves investment that is people-empowered, gender-inclusive, rights-based, and locally relevant. These elements are all encapsulated in the 17 SDGs, which have less than a decade to go for their attainment. We all owe the environment a duty of care. Now more than ever, we must all become fully engaged because we have only one world to share. We must all recognize that no nation, no organ of government, no matter how powerful, can singularly claim a monopoly of ideas. Because we live in an interdependent world, we must give value to the need to work together and act together. This is the only way we can strengthen one another's capability to contribute to the resolution of global and regional environmental threats, while also realizing our respective national aspirations. I thank you.
We thank you very much. Thank you to all four movers. And I'm going to suggest that in the interest of time, we do not do a response round now. I will briefly summarize what I've heard so far. And it certainly does reinforce that we're not talking about a yes or no, up or down debate here. All of you have emphasized the need for balance between these three different goals. We've heard also a very clear statement that developing countries countries simply cannot afford to sacrifice economic growth, but are well aware of the need for balance. And we've also heard an interesting suggestion, and I would be very happy if now comments from the floor would pick up on this, that we may need better measures for human well-being than simply GDP in order to help us balance these three goals, something that was brought up by the Honorable Speaker from Iceland. So I encourage now all those who contribute from the floor to please give a little bit of thought to what you've heard here on those points and perhaps share your own views on that or other aspects of this motion. And we do, as I said, have pre-registered comments. Many thanks to all of you who have expressed interest in weighing in. Again, I will now call individually on those pre-registered. Excuse me,
No good.
I have somebody speaking out of turn. I'd ask you to please desist from speaking out of turn. We will now go to pre-registered comments from the floor. We do have a speaking order. I will call on speakers individually. Again, maximum of 3 minutes for your contribution, please. If you wish to make a spontaneous comment after that and you did not pre-register, please give us a sign. My colleague over here at the right of the podium, Alexandra, would you raise your hand just for a moment? She's keeping an eye on who might still want to contribute, and if we can work in spontaneous comments afterward, we will. I will now begin with the pre-registered comments. The first one comes from His Excellency Mr. Albert Frick, President of the Landtag of Liechtenstein. Please speak from the floor, Mr. Frick. The floor is yours.
Mr. President, Mrs. Chair, dear colleagues, sustained and inclusive economic growth is a prerequisite for sustainable development, which can contribute to improved livelihoods for people around the world. In recent years, however, there have been increased observations that the negative environmental and well-being effects of economic growth often override its positive impacts. As a result, there is a strong call for countries and societies to expand the vision of development by paying attention to economic growth and environmental sustainability and human well-being. Economic growth has increasingly been criticized due to the negative impacts it has had on our climate and environment. While economic growth can indeed be harmful, the positive sides must not be undermined. Since 1990, the number of people living on less than $1.90 a day, which is the World Bank's definition of extreme poverty, fell from nearly 2 billion to around 700 million. Also, the increase of GDP allows investments in healthcare, schools, infrastructure, and has been contributing immensely to the well-being of people around the world. Hence, a sustainable development is crucial to ensure a healthy planet and prosperity for all, demanding a transformation from a purely economic-driven system into one that adopts environmentally sound policies which ensure growth in a green and sustainable way. But how to do so? Liechtenstein has been demonstrating that the decoupling of the GDP growth from the CO2 emissions is possible. Our energy demand has been decreasing for a few years despite an increasing GDP. The 17 Sustainable Development Goals, the SDGs, adopted by the United Nations, are a powerful tool to shape a sustainable future. While all SDGs are of high importance, not all are equally relevant in every country. The governments therefore need to prioritize the SDGs to maximize the impact according to their own specific situation. Dear colleagues, let's all enforce the implementation of the SDGs in a suitable manner to shape a new sustainable future. I thank you.
Thank you very much. And we go on now to Her Excellency Anita Demetriou, who is the President of the House of Representatives of Cyprus. Please, Madam, 3 minutes.
Thank you. Dear colleagues, ladies and gentlemen, I believe that while pursuing to address the impacts of the dire effects of COVID-19 pandemic, we must focus on achieving a sustainable future. It has never been more urgent to preserve the environment than now. So preventing, halting and reversing the degradation of ecosystems can help to end poverty, combat climate change and reshape our economic models. Environmental protection, people's well-being and economic growth constitute all three essential components of sustainable development. I believe that climate change is one of the biggest challenges of our times. Stepping up efforts to address this emergency present us at the same time with a great opportunity that we must grab to rebuild a more sustainable and resilient economy and more solid foundations for human well-being. A fundamental transformation of our socio-economic systems is equally important in this respect. As legislators, dear colleagues, and as parliamentary leaders, we must undertake a joint commitment to support global efforts towards a sustainable and resilient post-COVID recovery and to develop a new narrative of economic growth. Also to proceed with the recovery and resilience plan and take bold actions to make them more equal. It is important to realize that a truly transformation post-COVID development agenda cannot be realized without the full employment of human rights, adherence to the rule of law, and good governance. These fundamental principles constitute essential preconditions in order for peace and stability to prevail within and among states and to achieve SDGs and well-being. It is true, and regrettably I need to say, that the international community has failed only too often to uphold international law and human rights. My country, Cyprus, constitutes yet another example. 47 years after the Turkish military invasion, the people of Cyprus are still suffering the consequences of gross violations by Turkey, and they are facing human rights. People, they cannot return to their houses, and they are forced to breathe next to 40,000 Turkish troops every day. Despite numerous UN resolutions in Cyprus and relevant decisions of the European Union and other international organizations, has not been held responsible Turkey until today for the crimes and the continuing occupation for over 1/3 of the territory of the Republic of Cyprus. Dear fellow speakers of Parliament, a robust environment is connected to a strong economy and to people's welfare. We need healthy economies to lift people out of poverty and achieve SDGs and radical measures. And this is where we must all come together, I agree, with solidarity, with our diverse roles and capabilities. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam. Our next speaker is His Excellency Vuong Dinh Huê, who is President of the National Assembly of Vietnam. Please.
Thưa các quý vị, Honorable ladies and gentlemen, I fully concur with the views that sustainable development requires more attention on human well-being and environmental preservation rather than focuses on economic growth at any expense. This is in line with the UN 2030 agenda for the SDGs. It also shows the balance between economic, social, and environmental targets. For any country, the most genuine and precious resource and asset are humans, particularly the socio-economic development, after all, aims to ensure the well-being, freedom, happiness, and comprehensive development of the people, foster equality, solidarity, mutual respect, and assistance for development among nations. This constitutes a firm and decisive basis for sustainable development. In fact, we witness and withdrawn many valuable lessons from the high costs caused by the land, air, and water resources, pollution, and by the increasingly devastating natural resource disasters, climate change, and widespread diseases. COVID-19 sends a wake-up call reminding us all to pay more attention to and increase investment in public health system and enhance preparedness to respond to other unpredictable epidemics in the future. Ladies and gentlemen, in pursuit of its national development strategy and plans, it's clear that Vietnam will not trade off the environment and its people's well-being for high economic growth rate. Instead, Vietnam is striving for the goals of sustainable development and harmony with nature to safeguard a healthy living environment for its present and future generation. Vietnam always places people at the heart of its socio-economic and cultural development strategies. People are both the target and driver for reform, particularly promotion of education and training. Science and technology remain the most important national policies, while environmental protection is vital task and target towards SDG. To that end, the National Assembly Vietnam promoted and supervised the implementation of legal documents on economic model transformation toward green economy, enhanced management of natural resources, environment protection, and climate change adaptation, and promoted recycle and reuse. Amid the rapid and complicated developments in the world, pressure resulted from economic growth and in confrontation of the non-traditional security challenges, we have exerted utmost efforts to improve policies on environmental protection, enhance resources and management capacity, advance development application of science and technology. Vietnam also advocates education and communication on environmental protection and quality of life of all people. Vietnam look forward to cooperation sharing from other countries, international organizations, ensure that priorities given to well-being and environmental preservation and economic development. Thank you.
Speaker of the Croatian Parliament. The floor is yours.
Thank you. Speakers of Parliament, Excellencies, dear colleagues. It is a pleasure to participate in this conference in person and to address the issues of sustainable development, environmental preservation, and well-being. We live in challenging times. The pandemic has put our societies, our healthcare system, social welfare, education, our working habits, everyday life in a demanding situation. We in Croatia, on top of that, were hit by 2 devastating earthquakes last year. The pandemic will leave a lasting mark on the world as we know it, causing changes and teaching lessons. It has changed the way we interact with each other, how our children grow up, and the life we knew before the pandemic. It has also influenced our work in the Parliament and inter-parliamentary cooperation. It has accelerated digitalization and challenged us to look into the use of video conferencing tools to ensure the continuity of inter-parliamentary cooperation. We had to adapt quickly to the new reality. However, the pandemic is not the only reason for the change. Global challenges have been set in motion much before the outbreak of the pandemic. We are witnessing climate change and environmental degradation, from a struggle with floods and fires to problems with droughts and extreme weather events. We must focus on green and digital transformation, but equally important on issues such as security, demography, poverty. The EU took this seriously. We in Croatia also joined these efforts by adopting a strategy anticipating emissions reduction of 80% by 2050. Croatia also adopted the National Development Strategy 2030, focusing on sustainable economy, green and digital transition, putting the well-being of its citizens at the center. This approach is something that we have embraced in Croatia, and we are passing it on to our younger generation. It is not only about economic growth, but more importantly about prosperity, well-being, work-life balance and quality of life. It is also about the accessibility of the healthcare system, social welfare, education. Ladies and gentlemen, the pandemic has highlighted the great importance of multilateralism. We need to accelerate our efforts globally in combating climate change and boost the green transition and economic growth. Environmental preservation contributes to prosperity, especially in countries with a tourism-based economy, such as Croatia. How fast we come out of the crisis will depend on the joint efforts of governments, parliaments, businesses, and scientists. Dear colleagues, I would also like to emphasize our work within the IPU to bring all parliaments together in embedding the Sustainable Development Goals in our work. In conclusion, making progress in terms of sustainable development is likely to benefit both people and our planet. Working together, changing attitudes, and finding the balance between economic growth and quality of life is crucial for creating a sustainable future. Thank you.
Thank you, Excellency. Our next speaker is His Excellency Emmanuel Sinzo Hagera, Speaker of the Senate of Burundi. The floor is yours.
Merci beaucoup.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Madam Chair. Thank you for giving me the floor. I will be talking about this motion. Economic growth has had effects partly on the environment and the well-being of the population. As parliamentarians, we must review the measures and indicators of growth. For me and for Burundi, what we'd like to see is this. Human beings should be at the heart of development and economic growth. Economic growth often also has environmental impacts and impacts on human well-being. This is something we should rethink. We need to rethink our strategy, because growth that has a negative, that can have negative effects on human well-being and the environment, ultimately, is it really economic growth? Is it growth? I don't want to talk at too great a length about this, but I will say that we need a balance between the environment and human beings and other elements. These two elements should be at the heart of economic growth. We need a balance. We need to take into account the environment, human well-being, and the economy. So these are three issues that need to be in equilibrium. Then we can say we have achieved sustainable economic growth. For this reason, Burundi would propose that we should review economic growth indicators. Today, we often talk about gross domestic product, but are we not forgetting human beings and the environment that guarantees or should guarantee economic growth? Thank you.
Merci bien. And I think an interesting response there to what we did hear earlier from the speaker from Iceland in terms of the need to look at whether a different approach to economic indicators could help to achieve the balance so many of you are talking about. So I welcome additional remarks from other speakers on that point as we continue to go on with the pre-registered comments and then come to a few spontaneous comments. Thank you very much for that. We move on now to Speaker Nurlan Nigmatulin, Chairman of the House of Representatives of Kazakhstan. The floor is yours.
Уважаемая госпожа председатель, дамы и господа, distinguished Madam Speaker, ladies and gentlemen, first and foremost, please allow me to, on behalf of all the deputies of Parliament of the Republic of Kazakhstan, to express our sincere words of greeting and express a sincere gratitude to Mr. Tupasheko and to the chair of the National Council of Austria, Wolfgang Sobotka, for the high level of organization of this conference and for hospitality. Distinguished participants of the conference, from its first days of independence, Kazakhstan has been following the principles of sustainable development. The conceptual foundation for the building of an effective society were laid by the first president of Kazakhstan, Mr. Nursultan Nazarbayev. And the current president, Mr. Kassym-Jomart Tokayev, today is ensuring the succession of this political direction. In an expedited fashion, we are implementing large-scale systemic reforms that are touching upon all the spheres of our society. We're implementing new mechanisms to protect human rights and expand civic participation also, and civic control over the government. The Parliament of Kazakhstan is actively involved in this process. We are ensuring timely legislative support of reforms in Kazakhstan. We have adopted an entire package of important laws in election laws and in the judicial system. We have also adopted a number of laws on political parties, peaceful assembly, and on local governance. Distinguished colleagues, our country is making a significant contribution to ensure peace and security at the global and the regional level. And in light of the new challenges and threats, the President of Kazakhstan, Mr. Tokayev, has proposed to establish an international agency on biosecurity reporting to the United Nations Security Council. This would be a new specialized entity that could be directly involved in preventing biological threats. We are counting on active support by our colleagues of this important initiative of Kazakhstan. Distinguished colleagues, one of the most topical issues on the international agenda is restoring peace and stability in Afghanistan. Today, the future of this country is in the hands of the people of Kazakhstan themselves, Afghanistan, themselves, and we hope that the new authorities will be respecting the fundamental rights and freedoms of human beings, including the rights of all the ethnic groups and women. But the most important thing today is to prevent a humanitarian and a food crisis in that country. Without a doubt, the United Nations should play a key role in this process. Kazakhstan, in turn, will continue making a contribution in international measures to provide assistance to Afghanistan. Currently, by decision of the President of Kazakhstan, Mr. Tokayev, we have provided a temporary base for the UN mission from Afghanistan. In conclusion, I would like to wish us every success to develop our dialogue in confidence to benefit all of our countries. Thank you for your attention.
His Excellency Mark Daley, President of the Senate of Ireland.
Thank you very much, Speaker. I want to refer to a previous contribution by Alexandria Borek. She was the student from the United States of America, originally from Mexico, and she referred to the climate crisis is a generational injustice. The world economy is currently committing global terrorism against its own citizens and against future generations. There is a saying in business that if it's not being measured, it's not being done. And Madam Chairperson, you referred to the issue of how to measure progress. Gross domestic product, GDP, and other economic measures are not designed to and do not have the capacity to capture human well-being or environmental preservation. While a new measure would be welcome, we all know that many countries simply don't have the capacity to gather the information for new complex models that people are talking about. And we do not need to reinvent the wheel, however. We can reimagine the Human Development Index, which, as you all know, designed by the United Nations, measures health, education, and income. And from that, we should add democracy and environmental rankings and sustainability. They need to be added to the UN Human Development Index so we can measure our progress or our lack of progress for future generations as we strive to achieve sustainable economic growth. But we must stop the environmental terrorism that the global economy is perpetrating on future generations. Thank you, Madam Chairperson.
Thank you very much for that contribution, and we will pick up on it a bit later on. We move on now to the Honorable Speaker of the Supreme Council of Kyrgyzstan, His Excellency Talant Mamitov.
Спасибо,
Уважаемый господин.
Thank you, distinguished chair, distinguished heads of the delegations, ladies and gentlemen. First and foremost, let me thank you, Mr. Pacheco and Mr. Sabotka for the invitation for organizing this very important event for all of us, an event that enables parliamentarians from around the world. It allows us to develop cooperation on the most important global issues. The IPU is facilitating the combination of all of our efforts and ideas to strengthen peace and representative democracy. I would like to use this opportunity to say that we are interested in openly expressing our positions on global issues in relation to which no one of us should remain indifferent. On the 31st of August of this year, Kyrgyzstan has celebrated 30 years of its independence. Throughout the years of independence, Kyrgyzstan has become part of many fundamental international agreements and conventions, thereby confirming its allegiance with democratic principles. Altogether, we have undertaken commitments as part of 40 different international documents on human rights, for example, within the framework of the United Nations. Also, we worked on sustainable development until 2030, and the decisions made at the Paris Climate Change Summit. An example of our commitment to United Nations Sustainable Development Goals is that they are reflected in the National Development Strategy of the Kyrgyz Republic until the year 2040, where we have designed a number of specific measures to achieve those goals. Distinguished colleagues, as is the case with many other countries of the world, our economy in Kyrgyzstan and our population inevitably suffered because of the COVID-19 pandemic. However, thanks to the support from the world community, we are slowly recovering. Decades of work have been erased by the pandemic. The pandemic created a lot of obstacles for many people, including for development. As a result of the effect of the pandemic, we have achieved a point where the modern approaches and the openness to change are simply necessary. We firmly believe that it is only possible to achieve that in sustainable societies, in equal societies, where equal rights are observed and where parliamentary institutions are effective. Distinguished colleagues, another very important threat to stability throughout the world today is climate change. It is proven today already that humans are the cause of climate change, and what is worse, it is happening at a pace that is faster than anticipated previously. Climate change affects our country as well. Because of that, acting jointly with partners, we need to develop strategies to adapt to climate change. Distinguished colleagues, distinguished parliamentarians, parliamentarians are uniquely placed to develop and take measures to mitigate consequences of climate change by way of adopting national laws, national budgets, and by overseeing the activities of the executive branch. Thanks to a global survey, 36 countries are currently facing an extremely high level of water shortages in the conditions.
You have gone over the allotted time, excuse me. So if you would finish your sentence, thank you.
Повышение уровня.
The rising sea levels, more floods, more droughts, melting glaciers, all of that affects the availability of water and sanitation as well. Increasing population, increasing consumption of water, to a significant extent are the results of urbanization and industrialization that deplete water resources throughout the world. In this connection, I would like to call on all of you, distinguished colleagues, to take maximum advantage of the opportunities provided by the IPU to engage in dialogue, to engage in mutually beneficial cooperation for the benefit of all of our peoples. I would like to express hope for the continued support from the IPU and the partners in this area. Thank you very much for your attention.
And we move on now to the President of the Parliamentary Assembly of the Mediterranean, His Excellency, Mr. Gennaro Migliore.
Excellencies, dear colleagues, it's a truly pleasure for me to be in person and to address this very important conference on behalf of the Parliamentary Assembly of Mediterranean. I would argue with the title motion because at PAM we are deeply convinced that the economic growth, human well-being and environmental preservation can and must be the inseparable elements needed to achieve and maintain lasting socio-economic and sustainable development. As clearly stated by the UN Brundtland Commission and indicated in the Rio Declaration, in order to meet the needs of both our present and future generations, we must always keep in mind and implement the economic, social and environmental dimension of development. As we recover from the COVID-induced recession, we have a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity to reimagine the future economic prosperity for our people. We as parliamentarians have the responsibility to promote a recovery which is based on fair access to employment, respect of human rights, implementation of renewable energies, and the conservation of nature and biodiversity. All of us have seen the dramatic images of summer, often criminal, wildfire across the Mediterranean and the world. All we know how hardly the COVID-19 crisis is impacting women, children, refugees, and other marginalized groups. We cannot overlook this evidence that talking about development. In this perspective, PAM works side by side with the UN agencies, international financial institutions, the private sector, and the other parliamentary assemblies to pursue an integrated approach to growth, green transition, and sustainable development goals. Dear colleagues, please allow me to conclude with an important note. There can be no sustainable development without peace, security, and political stability. At present, we are faced with multiple crises: Afghanistan, Tunisia, Libya, Sahel, and of course, Middle East. We need to ensure stability and security by extending international support to overcome these threats, redoubling our security efforts, and facilitating political dialogue and economic stability. In an interconnected and interdependent world, we cannot afford to see, as indicated by OECD a few days ago, some countries resuming exponential economic growth, while others drop back due to this acute crisis. PAM remains committed to support its member parliaments in their important responsibility to achieve prosperity, security, and sustainability that leaves no one behind. Thanks for your attention.
Thank you very much, Mr. Migliore. And we move on now to the Deputy Speaker of the Parliament of Lithuania, Her Excellency Radvilė Morkūnaitė Mikulėnienė. Please, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Madam President. First of all, I'm really very happy being among you, and it's a great opportunity to hear different stories from all over the world as regards our discussing matter. I think that we all agree, and there is no contradiction on these three pillars that we are discussing now and how to combine them, and that is a real challenge to combine them. But I would like to point out one more challenge, which I would call trust, or lack of trust in general in the societies, whichever hot topic we would take. So I think we all experienced in our countries all kind of fake news and conspiracy theories as regards COVID pandemic and measures and vaccination and many more issues related to that. I think that this is a real headache, and maybe we are used that the politicians are not among those who have the biggest trust in the society. But it's obvious that the problem is that people tend not to trust scientists, experts, and other people who know the situation very well. And this is pretty much the same with the climate change matters. But we now feel the real impact in our daily lives. I'm coming from Northern Europe. We never had such hot summers in a row of a year, and we are sure that we will have to adapt to these kind of changes. Nevertheless, we will have to wait for fruits of our decisions made to how to cope with climate change for many years. And, these extremums of weather, earthquakes, fires, this is one thing. The other thing is migration. Now we face economical migration. Now we face migration used by some totalitarian regimes, as, for example, in Belarus, that use migrations as a hybrid weapon. But we will face the migration because of the climate change. So how to cope with that? EU, I'm happy that EU is very ambitious on that matter, and that 37% of the resilience fund as regards to cope with the COVID pandemic is related to green growth. That is very important. The question is of these three pillars, social welfare, economic growth, and environment, which of them has the biggest demand in the society? I think that all of them are really important. And I would like to point out one more thing here, education, most probably as the main pillar of all of these three issues. If we will have common start for our young generation, the same positions for starting their lives, I think that we will manage to achieve much better results. So thank you very much, and let's hope we will cope with all the challenges.
Thank you, Madam. And we go now to His Excellency Deputy Speaker of the National Assembly of Pakistan, Mr. Muhammad Hasim Khan Suri.
Bismillah ar-Rahman ar-Rahim. Izzat Maab Chairperson.
It is distinguished speakers and parliamentarians, honourable chairman, ladies and gentlemen, assalamu alaikum, greetings to all of you. It is my pleasure to have the opportunity to express my views on this important motion. Before doing so, I would like to congratulate the Parliament of Austria for making exceptional arrangements for this conference during these challenging times. The participation of speakers and parliamentarians from across the world in the Fifth World Conference of Speakers of Parliaments reflects the firm commitment of the Fifth World Parliaments to address the post-pandemic situation with full vigour and the resolve to come back stronger. Despite the circumstances associated with the spread of the pandemic, this event is an indication of the increasing role parliamentary diplomacy plays in the deliberating international affairs and implementing development agenda. Honourable Delegate, sustainable development is by all means aligned with the interests of people and the planet, but it also requires more complex policy efforts in order to devise a common course towards environmentally sustainable and socially equitable growth without affecting human well-being. Historically, economic development has occurred at the cost of the environment. After the Industrial Revolution, economic development gained pace, but the poisonous gases emitted by the industries destroyed the environment. Oceans became acidic, and this pollution has destroyed water reservoirs. Rapid urbanization at the cost of deforestation has resulted in increased temperatures, which are melting glaciers, increasing floods, while continuous heat waves have caused unprecedented fires in the different parts of the world. Distinguished colleagues, promoting green economies across the world is a difficult task which can only be achieved through global cooperation. Using energy resources that do not affect the environment can not only boost human well-being, but also improve economies. Investing in water reservoirs, renewable energies, reforestation, and other human and environmentally friendly projects will in turn boost our economies as well. Unfortunately, Pakistan is among the top 10 most seriously affected and vulnerable countries due to the climate crisis, whereas Pakistan's carbon emissions are among the lowest in the world. Honourable delegates, I feel proud to share that Pakistan, under the leadership of Prime Minister Imran Khan, has set its way for the best environmentally friendly policies that will cause much effectiveness in the environment of not only Pakistan, but the region as a whole. In the wake of the COVID-19 crises, Pakistan has launched the Green Economic Stimulus Initiative as a part of its efforts to resiliently recover from the adverse economic impacts of the pandemic. The stimulus has already generated around 85,000 green jobs. We have embarked on an ambitious program to create a green Pakistan through reforestation by planting 10 billion trees over the next years, and at the same time introducing renewable energy, electric vehicles, and a moratorium on new imported coal-burning power plants. In order to uplift the vulnerable segments of the population, the government of Pakistan disbursed 203 billion in local currency, 1.2 billion USD to 15 million families through its emergency cash program. Ladies and gentlemen, as COVID-19 batters the world and its economy, it's time to rethink sustainable pathways for the future of human beings. The challenges posed by the COVID-19 pandemic are also a great opportunity, not only to build back better, but to build forward greener. We must seize this opportunity to transform the world economy into one that is development-oriented and environmentally sustainable. Therefore, we may adjust the path and focus of the next phase of the SDGs implementation in a post-pandemic era. I thank you all.
Go on now to Mr. Azam Al-Ahmad. He's Palestinian National Council Head of Delegation of Palestine.
Honorable Chairperson, ladies and gentlemen. Sustainable development is an essential need to all peoples of the world. A need that is transboundary and that is become more difficult to achieve day after day as a result of climate change and the implications of the COVID-19 pandemic that were felt all over in the past 2 years in the economic, social, and environmental spheres, notwithstanding the mobility restrictions that came to be added to our daily struggle as a Palestinian people suffering from the Israeli occupation of the state of Palestine, the observer member of the United Nations, according to Resolution 1967 of 2012. Sustainable development goes against the idea of occupation. So what if the occupying authority is simply disregarding international resolutions and instruments, looting natural resources, especially water, confiscating lands, destroying farms and crops, and by implementing demographic change through ethnic cleansing, confiscating the assets of the Palestinian people. Some states are also supporting the occupying authority and are preventing donor parties from offering financial support to the Palestinian people. So how could this people build its national independent economy capable of providing the essential and fundamental needs like any other people in the world? Of course, we're talking about the Palestinian people that has well-known capabilities and skills. As a result, we call upon the international community to bear its part of the responsibility to call for the end of occupation and to enable development that will provide a decent life for our children and the upcoming generations, allowing us to achieve sustainable development so that finally we can live in peace and security side by side with all peoples of the world. Wishing our meeting success. Thank you very much for your attention, and thank you, Honorable Chairperson.
Let us go now to our final pre-registered comment, which comes from Her Excellency Bojana Christo, Speaker of the House of Representatives of Bosnia-Herzegovina. The floor is yours, Madam.
Distinguished speakers of parliaments, dear colleagues, ladies and gentlemen, I greet you on behalf of the House of Representatives of the Parliamentary Assembly of Bosnia and Herzegovina and on my personal behalf. When we talk about sustainable development, we actually talk about achieving three general goals that are intertwined, namely stable economic development, fair distribution of social opportunities, and environmental protection. These goals do not necessarily have to be listed in this order, nor is one goal more important than the other, precisely because sustainable development requires a balance between the demands for improving the quality of life, achieving social welfare, and the demands for preserving the environmental compartments as a natural asset on which depend both present and future generations. Sustainable development, from the aspect of an individual country, must be placed in the context of the geopolitical environment and the current situation, which includes an assessment of all available resources. The economy and the progress of society in the world today rely on the knowledge and use of information and communication technology, and the economy is also continuously strongly influenced by developments in the world market that create changes in important economic relations. Recently, unfortunately, we have witnessed more frequent extreme weather conditions, such as forest fires, heat waves, and floods, not only in Europe, but also around the world. These current changes that affect the climate of our planet and transform the world and cause irreversible consequences for the ecosystem of the area affected by these extremes, and which are the result of imbalances in gaining economic growth and making a profit at the expense of the environment and human well-being. Precisely that type of economic progress, which is built to the detriment of environmental protection and human well-being, when viewed in the long run, has negative consequences, ultimately for economic progress itself, because due to earthquakes or fires, for example, the economic growth of the affected country is slowed down. Therefore, sustainable development can only be the development that meets the needs of today without compromising the needs of future generations. From our point of view, being the legislators, this certainly means intensification of activities on creating appropriate legal regulations in order to contribute to sustainable development and preservation of the environment through the involvement of state administration institutions and bodies responsible for implementing strategic development program and other documents from their scope of work and which arise from these legal regulations. Furthermore, authorities of local government and self-government play a vital role in achieving the main goals of sustainable development at the local level. Defining their local goals towards which economic and social projects are oriented to strengthens the sustainability of the local community itself, which ultimately contributes positively to achieving overall sustainable development. Finally, I would like to thank you for the opportunity to speak on an extremely significant and important topic. Thank you once again.
Very much. And thank you to all speakers who pre-registered their comments. We will come now to 4 spontaneous comments, and I would like to ask the speakers to keep your remarks to under 90 seconds because we are very tight on time and we do want to come back to the 4 movers of motion 1 for some concluding thoughts. So I will ask the 4 speakers now to, as I say, keep your comments to under 90 seconds and to please introduce yourselves when you speak. And we begin with the honorable speaker from Ecuador. Ecuador? Please go ahead, Ecuador, if you are still with us in the room. Then I will move on to Tunisia. the speaker from Tunisia. Please do introduce yourself, dear speaker, and you have 90 seconds. Tunisia? Okay, I'm moving on now to the next spontaneous comment that we were.
Hello?
Is that Tunisia back there? Go ahead,
Yes.
please, Tunisia.
Why 90 seconds?
Because
President.
we're basically way over time, and we do need to keep the rest of our session short now in order that people can get to lunch. So, if you would please, 90 seconds. Thank you so much for your understanding.
Thank you. Bismillah ar-Rahman ar-Rahim.
In the name of God, most gracious, most merciful, Your Excellency, the President of the IPU, Your Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, honorable speakers, heads of delegations, I would like to convey to you the greetings of the head of the Tunisian Parliament and the Vice Speaker, who was unable to attend today's meeting, unfortunately, in spite of its great importance, but this is simply related to the latest democratic developments in Tunisia. As you know, Tunisia is going through a dangerous democratic development that is undermining a lot of its legitimate legislation institutions, as recognized by everyone, including the IPU. The mandate of the parliament was undermined, and it was prevented from entering into session. We have been faced with great restrictions imposed on freedoms. A lot of our MPs were forced to house arrest, and they were deprived of immunity, and some others were brought before military courts. All of these practices and others are considered as a flagrant violation of parliamentary democracy. As a result, the IPU and other international assemblies need to call for things to come back to their natural course in Tunisia. Ladies and gentlemen, the world is going through sensitive times that could become worse if we do not devise a clear plan of international solidarity to stand against all these problems and to deal with these complexities. When we look at the implications of COVID-19, we see that the world needs to coordinate its efforts more than ever in order to deal with these sequelae facing the economic challenges, and their social implications can only be efficient if it is happening in conformity with our fundamental values. At the same time, the latest developments have provided enabling ground for terrorism and violent extremism that allowed many to spread their culture. As a result, fighting terrorism requires from all of us to dry up the sources of terrorism and end all forms of illiteracy. This is a common and shared responsibility. All those who support the emerging democracies and people's progress towards freedoms are contributing to this fight against terrorism. Ladies and gentlemen, the message that we carry with us from Tunisia is a clear message calling this prestigious international body to stand by Tunisia to preserve one of the world's most prestigious historical democratic experiences. As a result, we await from you a supporting message. So a clear message of support to the Tunisian parliament and to form a parliamentary mission to visit Tunisia to take stock of the reality on the ground. Thank you very much.
And registered. Let us now go to Mali. Mali also expressed the wish to make a spontaneous comment. You have 90 seconds.
Oui. 90 secondes. Merci beaucoup. Madame, je suis un peu arrimé. Madame, je vais prendre simplement.
Thank you very much. I apologize. I've got a bit of a cold. I just wanted to speak about COVID-19. Today, African countries in this very room are able to look at the number of people who have been vaccinated in their country. In Mali, no more than 300,000 people have been vaccinated in my country. This means, Madam President, that in order to fight against this pandemic, we will not be able to do this until we have international solidarity, and this international solidarity is not there. Secondly, the problem of international terrorism. Our young women in Afghanistan, we heard from them this morning. America has left Afghanistan in the middle of the day, and no one said anything. We left the Afghans alone. We left them to their own resources. We are looking at fragile countries like mine, where terrorism exists. And it will be like Afghanistan, it will be like Tunisia, it will be like in all the other countries that are weak. Madam President, I think that we must have solidarity between rich and poor countries. We need new cooperation between us. We need to make sure that industrialized countries help us. We have problems on this planet. Thank you.
Merci beaucoup à vous. And in fact, we will address a number of the points you have just made when we discuss motion number 2 after lunch. So thank you very much for that contribution. We move on now to the Central African Republic, the last of the spontaneous comments. Please, sir, if you'd introduce yourself, and you have 90 seconds.
Merci, Monsieur le Président.
Thank you, President. Ladies and gentlemen, speakers of parliament, I listened closely to what our colleague from Afghanistan said this morning. Yes, we are talking about Afghanistan because the media are talking about them today. But in my country, the Central African Republic is doing no better than Afghanistan today. Why? Because a few years ago, my country was suffering from war. Armed groups invaded our country and threatened the lives of our citizens, as well as the parliamentarians who were their representatives in the National Assembly. What I want to say to you today, what I want to ask of you here today, is that you must support our parliament to truly fight for the well-being of the people of the CAR. This is why I solemnly call on the support of all the partnerships that we have in order to rebuild our country, restore our state, and restore diplomacy so that our country can be better perceived. We have been experiencing this civil war and want to put an end to it. I would also like to remind you all that the Council on this topic in the UN reached a resolution in this year. It was voted on in July of this year. And it was looking at the defense forces and armed weapons in my country. These people are using sophisticated arms and threatening our citizens. People cannot carry out their agricultural work, children cannot go to school, people cannot live their lives normally. This is the reality of people's lives in the Central African Republic. So I would kindly ask you to really focus on what is going on in my country so that these armed groups can be thrown out of my country. Thank you very much for giving me this 90 seconds. I think I respected it. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much. That brings to an end both our spontaneous and pre-registered questions in the general debate. We have gone a bit over time, but it's absolutely crucial that we hear again from the four movers because we've got a number of baskets open in terms of motion 1. So I'd like to ask everybody to stay with us for just about 10 minutes more, and we still have a very adequate lunch break after that so that we can get your response. And I'll just very briefly summarize what we've heard. We've heard a number of speakers, particularly now in the spontaneous comments, reminding us that peace and stability are absolutely crucial preconditions for sustainable development that addresses all 3 of the aspects raised in motion number 1, and that unsustainable development creates fragile states and is an absolute threat to peace and stability. So thank you very much for raising those points. We will return to some of the considerations around multilateralism, peace, and stability in motion 2 after lunch. Then we've also heard quite a bit of agreement on the need for balance between the 3 different aspects mentioned in motion number 1, for balance between human well-being, environmental preservation, and economic growth, with many of you emphasizing the fact that we can't sacrifice economic growth, particularly as we come out of the economic crisis caused by the pandemic, but also a very broad recognition that we need to decouple economic growth going forward from CO2, particularly in terms of industries and transport systems. Many speakers have acknowledged the complexity of trying to achieve that task of triangulating these 3 different aims, and also implicitly acknowledge that there can be trade-offs there. And we've heard a number of you talking about what it is that parliamentarians might be able to do to help find more effective ways of achieving balance, of triangulating human well-being, environmental preservation, and economic growth. Calls for a new narrative on growth, calls for rethinking growth strategies, for reviewing economic indicators, for possibly expanding and recalibrating the Human Development Index as an alternative indicator, what you might call an indicator of overall resilience. So I've also just noted that we have heard some speakers refer as well for the need to involve not only parliaments, but also local authorities and the public in order to regain public trust. So on the basis of that very brief summary, I'd like to go to the 4 movers and ask you to tell us what to you was most notable and what you want to see happen going forward, that what parliamentarians can do in order to move forward on this crucial question of how we triangulate those goals. I'll start with you, Speaker Aguilar.
Firstly, and just very quickly, I've heard a lot of support from all the various different speakers. And one of the words we have heard the most is the word balance. And I think that the role of our parliaments is precisely this. We need to work in this direction. Why? Well, because we are parliamentarians. We are the people who people turn to. We are the people who can manage budgets. We need to find a kind of balance in these budgets. We work on standards and regulations, and so we are the people who can affect this balance. So the role of parliaments is essential precisely because we are the people who have the power to change this balance. We need to preserve this sustainable development, which involves improving the well-being of people and ending inequalities in our respective societies.
And Speaker Sigfusson speak as well to what we've heard, but I'm particularly interested in your thoughts on what some speakers have suggested in the way of revising economic indicators, because that, of course, was part of your own remarks.
Well, thank you. For time's sake, I will make it very brief. Obviously, peace and stability is a fundamental factor in developing in almost every respect. But let's then keep in mind that inequality, natural catastrophes can be a destabilizing factor. So this cannot be separated despite that. Now, I want to second what our honourable colleague from Ireland very correctly pointed out, that the traditional economic measures, the gross domestic production measures, are not designed and don't have the capacity to measure anything else than they measure. That's to say, the size of the economy, whether it's growing or contracting. Now, that, of course, does not mean that growth is not needed, and I think we all understand the desire and need for growth, let's say in the developing countries and the less well-off countries. But again, we cannot separate that from the question, what kind of growth? Is it sustainable? Is it green? Is it fairly distributed among everyone in society? And that leads me to what I mentioned in my introductory remarks, the attempt to try to identify and define parameters that we can use side by side with the traditional measures. And this is what the governments of Iceland, New Zealand, and Scotland have been collaborating on. And in our case, we have identified around 40 parameters, measures. They are environmentally based, they are socially based, they are educationally based, they are health based, and so on, that we can call well-being parameters. And this is, I think, is an interesting attempt to reach the balance many have mentioned. And I'm certain that the governments of these countries are happy to share their work and their experience internationally. So that's, in my mind, how we need to move forward. The traditional old-style raw measurements of economic growth are no good anymore. They will not, as such, deliver stability, sustainability. We need to look at the overall broad picture and try to combine all things that need to be included if we are to reach a sustainable future. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Speaker Sifuson. And we will now go on to Speaker Maharani for your thoughts.
Of parliament and all speakers. The view that acknowledges the importance of having a balance between economic, social, and environmental pursuits has been reflected in the Sustainable Development Goals. Developed countries, having achieved a high level of public welfare, can shift their attention to efforts of environmental preservation. However, developing countries continue to be expected to demonstrate a balanced development in economy, social, and environmental sectors. With the help of science and technology, we will be to achieve balance between the three pillars. Developing countries need quality economic growth, as we still need to work on eliminating poverty, overcome economic disparity, and improve access to education and healthcare. The green economy concept, which allows economic development to transform into low carbon economy, will allow us to do this. Green and inclusive economic offers an alternative to create poverty. I hope that our network that we built today can be used to achieve sustainable economy that leave no one behind. Thank you.
I think one thing that has emerged from the discussion is the interlocking of the three ingredients: economic growth, human well-being, and the environment, and how to balance those three. I think I agree that Parliament certainly has a critical role to play. But over and above that, I think the thrust and the overarching thrust should be on education, on human capital development, paying more and greater attention on education and health, especially of the young people. And certainly, our government in Sierra Leone has approached this very delicate question by paying greater attention on the development of human capital. And we're beginning to see the results, And if there is one country that I would want to single out, which stands out above most of the developing countries, is Singapore, where human capital has brought about the transformation of a third world country to a first world country. I think there are useful lessons to be learned from that experiment. Thank you.
Thank you very much for that. And thank you to all the speakers who have contributed to this very far-ranging and interesting and hopefully productive debate. We will now take first of all, I close the debate on motion 1. And we will now take a break for lunch. We have about an hour and 35 minutes, and please do return punctually to this hall for our next debate on motion 2, which, as I said, addresses the question of how we get multilateralism that delivers on the global response to COVID-19, but also far beyond that to address many of the issues that all of you have raised here this morning. So thank you very much for the discussion so far. I wish everyone guten appetit, bon appetit, and see you in about an hour and 35 minutes from now. Thank you so much. Well, thank you. It was my pleasure. And thanks for your suggestion. Let me just say again a warm welcome to our online audience. If you are joining us by online stream, we're very, very glad to have you with us.
Yeah, take me while I'm looking down. It's on. Huh?
Welcome back, Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen. Hope everybody had a refreshing break, and we will now move on, resume the general debate, and move on to motion 2, which addresses some of the perceived inequities that have come to light over the past 20 months and that have also been discussed this morning, both in the inaugural opening session and also in our debate on motion 1. And without further ado, I will read off motion 2, and we will then, as we did on motion 1, first hear from the 4 movers, from 2 speakers who will outline the arguments for the motion, and then from 2 speakers who will present different juxtaposing perspectives. And because this is the dreaded slot after lunch, I'm going to ask everybody not only to stick to the allotted speaking time of 3 minutes, but if you can, to really get right to the heart of your remarks. Because as wonderful as it is to hear your warm greetings to all of us, it does cut into your speaking time. And the motion we're about to address is a motion of enormous importance, I think, to all of us, and therefore it would be great if we can really get right to the heart of the matter. And as always, I do encourage you to depart from your prepared remarks and try to address what you're hearing from your colleagues so that we have some truly interactive exchange. Motion 2 asserts the global response to the COVID-19 pandemic challenges multilateralism's ability to deliver for the people. And just a word of background on this motion. While the global community of governments and international organizations has, of course, come together around COVID-19 with strong expressions of solidarity, for example, as well as with some concrete initiatives to address the dual health and economic emergencies, many people feel that leading actors and institutions, be it the WHO or the WTO, be it the vaccine sharing platform COVAX or the IMF, that these actors and institutions have fallen short. Do these instances exemplify failure on the part of the multilateral system as a whole, or is that simply a matter of optics? Is the multilateral system, as it's currently constituted, fully equipped to respond to future pandemics? Those are a couple of the guiding questions under the roof of this motion. And it is my pleasure now to welcome the 4 movers, and I will introduce them one by one and then call for their remarks. And we begin with His Excellency, Mr. Manzoor Nadir. He is Speaker of the Parliament of Guyana. He's co-chair of the IPU Parliamentary Conference on the WTO, and he's a member of the preparatory committee for this 5th World Conference of Speakers of Parliament. It's a pleasure to hand over the floor to you, sir. You have 3 minutes.
Madam Chair, my esteemed colleagues, Madam Chair, it's very hard not to compliment our hosts for the excellent preparations they have made for us and for making us feel so welcome here in Austria. Madam Chair, distinguished members of this 5th World Conference for Leaders, I assert that multilateralism has not failed us, but we have failed multilateralism. And the reason why I say this is the immediate response to the COVID pandemic was for borders to be closed, for people to become insular, and for all of us to look after ourselves. to become selfish, to think it's everybody else's problems because I can take care of myself. But the overwhelming population, over 6.6 billion people around the world, could not respond like this. And to their rescue was multilateralism. And I want to use some examples from my own region. In spite of the fact that we had placed orders for vaccines very early on, we did not get what we had ordered. And what came to our rescue was multilateralism. That the African Union could give to the Caribbean, CARICOM, the region I'm from, over 1.5 million doses of vaccines. That is multilateralism, with multilateralism serving people and responding positively to this pandemic which we have. And we have seen it working. What we have testimony here today with so many countries present is to strengthen multilateralism. And I'm confident that with more multilateral engagements, we are going to see an even better response to the pandemic. And so I strongly support this mood that multilateralism has not failed us, but we have failed multilateralism. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Speaker Nadir. And we go now to Speaker Matvienko, Her Excellency Madame Valentina Matvienko, Provisional President of the Senate of the Russian Federation. You have the floor. 3 minutes, if you would,
Very
please.
much. Уважаемая госпожа модератор, коллеги, участники конференции.
Thank you very much, distinguished Madam Moderator, distinguished participants. I'd like to support the colleague as well as thank the IPU, our Austrian colleagues, for the great work they've conducted to prepare this conference, and most importantly for this opportunity to speak in person, without which, in my opinion, it is impossible to imagine fruitful parliamentary cooperation. The development of events in the world shows that today international relations are in dire need of an open and trusting dialogue. The coronavirus pandemic has become the largest challenge for the world community in recent decades and has exposed a number of pain spots, both in domestic policies of states as well as in international affairs. It has become even more obvious that the world is more interconnected than ever, that it is impossible for a state to confront the pandemic alone. It is impossible to achieve climate change on one continent. It is impossible to overcome terrorism alone. It is unacceptable to try to ensure the prosperity and security of some nations at the expense of others. National and bloc-based egoism is becoming one of the main obstacles to uniting the efforts of mankind. The so-called sanctions did not stop any conflicts and did not change the foreign policy of other states, but they hit the population hard, first and foremost. And in the context of the pandemic, entire countries are deprived of equal access to vital medicines, vaccines, and medical equipment. Speaking at the G20 summit, Russian President Vladimir Putin proposed for the period of the pandemic to create a so-called system of green corridors, free from trade wars and sanctions, for the mutual supply of medicines, food, equipment, and technology. Russia was the first in the world to develop a vaccine against COVID-19. Today, there are already 5 of these vaccines. They're all tested, reliable, and safe. We offered to all interested states not only the supply of the vaccines, but also of technologies for their production in those countries. Today, the Russian vaccine, Sputnik V, has been approved by 70 countries, covering a population of 4 billion people, which is more than 50% of the world's population. At the same time, we face tough resistance and unacceptable politicization of even such what would seem a humanitarian act. For Western pharmaceutical companies, this is business, but for us, it's an opportunity to save people's lives. What are the attempts to impose political models on other peoples from the outside by force? without taking into account the national traditions, culture, or history, we can all observe today in Afghanistan. They turn into real tragedies. All of this, without a doubt, is the result of an arbitrary and irresponsible treatment of the norms of international law, leading to the substitution of the content of the principle of multilateralism. We believe that attempts to impose on the world community the concept of a new world order based on someone's rules that favor someone have nothing to do with true multilateralism. I'm convinced that true multilateral cooperation should be based on mutual respect and acceptance of the diversity of the world, interaction on the basis of common principles enshrined in the UN Charter. Let me remind you that collective development of these principles was the result of the hardest trials that humanity experienced in the 20th century, and actions aimed at undermining the authority of the UN and at weakening confidence in the established norms and suffering suffered during the two world wars create risks of repeating the tragedies of the past. Moscow's initiative to hold a summit of 5 permanent members of the UN Security Council to review the horizon of the world's development and global politics is called upon to reverse this trend.
Oh, I'm very sorry. If we can't relax the time restrictions individually, actually, you've been given about 40 extra seconds already, so we will have to leave it there. But thank you very much, and you'll, of course, come back in a moment with a response to what we're hearing. So many thanks to you, Madame Matvienko. Okay. We move on now for a juxtaposing view to His Excellency. Thank you very much. Excellency Anca Dragu, President of the Parliament of Romania. And you may speak from your seat, sir. You're welcome to speak here from the podium. Thank you very much. Please.
Did you already?
Meine sehr geehrten Damen und Herren, ich habe mich für dieses Pendel entschieden, weil das Europaparlament.
Ladies and gentlemen, I decided to accept to speak here because the European Parliament is the only multilateral parliament which is directly elected in the world. The pandemic, climate change, international terrorism, the root causes of all the problems we have show the weaknesses but also the strengths of the international organizations and the multilateralism. It is more urgent now than ever to be respectful of each other, to work together to reach the global targets that we have set together, and because we have to take on responsibility collectively for a more just, a fairer, climate neutral, developed world. This is the task we have been given as the elected representations of the citizens of this world. We represent our citizens and we're responsible for our common future. And this is why we have to understand that the weaknesses of our neighbors are our weaknesses too. The strengths of our neighbors are our strengths too. We're all in the same situation. We will always depend on each other. We need each other more than ever. It is therefore paramount that the international institutions and multilateralism are put on a parliamentary basis. The world of multilateral governments has to be completed by a world of citizens and of parliaments that can be added to what we have now. This is one of the challenges for the future. As a representative of the European Parliament, let me be very clear. We are convinced that a geopolitical European Union can and must serve the creation of this new order, a new world order for global peace, rule of law, democracy, respect for human rights and fundamental freedoms. These are fundamental values. We are of the opinion that the European Union, especially if tensions require or make multilateral measures impossible, that the European Union must be capable to act. Constant multilateral cooperation is necessary, especially as regards global health policy and as regards reforming international institutions and finding a crisis mechanism that allows cooperation beyond the military sphere. I thank you for your attention.
Thank you very much, Speaker Dragou. And we will go shortly to pre-registered comments from the floor. And if you have a spontaneous comment that you would also like to add, please indicate that to us and we will take your comment then later on after the pre-registered comments. But first, we have a fourth mover from whom we want to hear His Excellency, the Speaker of the Parliament of Zimbabwe and member of the Preparation Committee of the 5th WCSP, Mr. Jacob Francis Mudenda. Please, sir, you have the floor, and you can speak from the podium. Thank you.
Thank you very much, moderator. I think it goes without saying that the pandemic has been a strong vector of multilateralism. We have seen this from the African perspective, where the AU has come together under the chairmanship of President Ramaphosa to mobilize funds for the vaccine through some conversation between the African Union and international financial organizations. And in that way, multilateralism has been seen to be at play practically. We have seen also the efforts by the World Health Organization working together with the World Bank and other financial institutions to mobilize funds for research and the distribution of vaccines, particularly to less developed countries. However, one thing that we need to draw our attention to is that there has been an element of vaccine nationalism, where those who have found the formula to manufacture the necessary vaccines have tended to do so from a nationalistic point of view, thereby destroying the spirit of multilateralism. At the same time, we see an emergence also of vaccine imperialism, where some vaccines sometimes are donated to less developed countries, hoping that in turn, those countries will benefit economically. Another issue that needs to be addressed in the context of multilateralism is the question of intellectual property laws, which our parliaments need to address. African parliaments need to come up with legislation that speak to intellectual property law so that our scientists from Africa can manufacture vaccines that are required in Africa under copyright. At the moment, this is not possible. As a result, Africa is worried that you have only 2% of the vaccine circulation in Africa. If Africa is not properly vaccinated, then the rest of the world will not be protected from the attack of the pandemic. So we need to strengthen multilateralism accordingly in order to achieve global balance in our search for solutions to the crisis facing us. Thank you.
Speaker Mudenda, thank you very much for that. As it was in the case of our discussion on motion 1 this morning, clearly this is not about yes or no, black or white. Everybody on this stage is telling us, yes, multilateralism has a crucial role to play in connection with the COVID-19 crisis. But what I am hearing is some differences of opinion about whether the glass is half empty or half full, and also on what particular areas are most important if we want to make multilateralism more effective. So let me ask the four movers to give us the briefest possible response to what you're hearing from each other. And I'd like to try to get this a little bit more focused on what concretely, in your opinion, should be the priority for reform or change going forward? Some of you have mentioned trade, intellectual property. That, of course, would be an area where the WTO would be of importance. Others of you have mentioned vaccine access, health system support. That, of course, would be the WHO. So address whatever area you'd like, but if you can give us your sense, dear movers, of what are the particular areas where we could most effectively work on improving multilateralism, and most crucially, that would, I think, be very helpful for the ongoing discussion. And I'll start with you, Speaker Nadir, please.
Thank you, Madam Chair. For me, the response has to be a multilateral one at the onset. Initially, we have to come together so that we can find a solution that will be available for all humanity and not just American or Guyanese or Austrians.
How about naming one institution or one particular area where you think this is an area we could really work on improving?
The World Health Organization.
WHO.
They're too biased, in my view.
Can you say why?
I chose to be vaccinated with the Chinese vaccine, and I had to get the second one in order to travel to Europe. And it's the delay in the system from institutions that are influenced by unilateralism rather than multilateralism. And I cite the WTO as one.
Thank you. Very interesting. Let me now ask Madam Matvienko to weigh in, please.
Я полагаю, что сегодня...
I suppose that many states and our planet is facing new challenges, more and more of them, and no one knows what will happen next year, for example. Maybe a new virus will come by, or new diseases, and one could overcome them clearly only by establishing close cooperation. Not a single country can isolate and localize an infection within its borders. I believe in order for us to be able to do that, we need to come together first and foremost in terms of allocating funding for research, so that no country is doing it alone. Of course, countries can do it separately as well, but we could act under the aegis of the WHO. We don't have any other entity that would regulate healthcare related matters. So we could join resources, gather the best minds, and create a good research base for prevention, for treatment, for development of vaccines. This is a must. This is number one. Number two, I believe we should focus on the following. The population of each country is being vaccinated currently by various different vaccines, which is normal. And then all of a sudden, in Europe, in the European Union, they're introducing the certificates. And only those who've been vaccinated by vaccines recognized in the EU now can enter Europe. This is absolutely unacceptable. This is a violation of human rights in terms of restricting people's freedom of movement. This is a form of segregation of people and splitting people into the correct people or incorrect people. Perhaps we could introduce some science. This is something that should be overcome. this national egoism should be overcome. We should mutually recognize all the vaccines that are being used throughout the world that are effective, and we should not restrict the movement of people throughout the world.
So work on the diplomacy of vaccine recognition, so to speak. And very interesting also your point on research support for pandemic recognition and research and preparedness. You probably know the WHO is now setting up a new hub just for that purpose based in Berlin. So they'll be looking forward, I'm sure, to support from the Russian Federation. Let me now move to Mr. Dragu, Speaker Dragu, if I may, for your thoughts on what particular area you think most crucially should be reformed.
The first thing I'd like to say is something I'd like to make very clear. Some international organizations have to be given the opportunity from their members to do the things that they were intended to do at their inception. That means all members of international organizations, the resolutions, they need to implement the resolutions put into place by these international organizations. Let's remember that we have a convention on refugees from Geneva that sets out the rights of refugees. And it's supposed to be deployed by the United Nations. What happens, though, is that you have inequality and an insecure legal status that causes discrimination. We have huge numbers of people who are supposed to be enjoying these fundamental rights that are within the founding charter of the UN. The charter of the UN is something that we have all committed to, everyone here. And yet some, and all member states rather, are supposed to be living that. There's supposed to be this common basis for working together. What is important, secondly, is that we need to develop a mechanism for pandemics, for climate change, this way of working together. We have, though, we don't have a crisis mechanism. We have conventions, we don't have a crisis mechanism. We need to, therefore, drive solidarity in the crisis to be able to live that solidarity. And the next thing I'd like to say is that the current situation as far as competencies are concerned does not reflect what we need in terms of health, climate, education. These are things where we need to set common goals in order to be able to be to have solidarity with one another.
Oh, it's me.
Yes.
Okay. Thank you, moderator. I think the first thing is that we need to accept the criticality of multilateralism, and that multilateralism is non-negotiable because we are one humanity that must stand together to fight together even beyond the COVID-19 pandemic. And it is important that we, as different nations, support each other in the research against this pandemic. More so because of the mutation of the virus, I think we now we're at number 5 mutation, and this poses a serious threat in terms of managing the impact of the pandemic. And as such, it is important that sufficient funds be marshaled in order to enhance our research capabilities as the globe, so that we are able to harness even the new viruses that emerge after the first ones. The other issue that is important is that we need to encourage each other in the spirit of multilateralism through ensuring that we have stout national budgets which will arise from domestic resource mobilization, so that in the end we don't create the dependence syndrome, particularly from less developed countries, that we rely on aid from other developed countries. It is important that as we share in the spirit of multilateralism, there must be also an element of independence and not rely solely on donations from other nations. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you to all of our movers for those initial remarks and also those responses. And we will now open the floor for debate. As I said a moment ago, we do have pre-registered comments. We're also looking forward to taking a few spontaneous comments, time permitting. So I will now call individually on those speakers who pre-registered their wish to make remarks. Once again, the allotted time slot is 3 minutes. Please do stay within that. Please also speak from your current position from the floor. And we start with the honorable speaker from Azerbaijan, Her Excellency Ms. Shiba Gafarova, Chairwoman of the National Assembly. Please, you have the floor.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. Ladies and gentlemen, the subject we are discussing today is very important, and no doubt there is a great need and expansion of efforts by the international community in the fight against COVID-19. We are gravely concerned that the further impact of the crisis will reverse hard-won development achievements in many countries and impede progress towards achieving the Sustainable Development Goals. Azerbaijan is the chair of the non-aligned movement with a view to contributing to the global efforts in addressing the impact of the pandemic, organized the online summit of the non-aligned movement contact group in response to COVID-19 in May 2020. During the summit, Mr. Ilham Aliyev, President of Azerbaijan, on behalf of the non-aligned movement, suggested convening the special meeting of the United Nations General Assembly in response to COVID-19 pandemic at the level of the heads of states and governments. The initiative was supported by more than 150 UN member states, and that session took place in December 2020 in New York. Our country has publicly criticized the fact that some countries stock up far more vaccines than their actual needs. With a view to addressing this problem, Azerbaijan, on behalf of the non-aligned movement, initiated a resolution in the United Nations Human Rights Council on having equitable universal access to vaccines for all countries, which was unanimously approved this March. Moreover, we use every occasion to urge development countries, including international donor organizations, to provide assistance to the countries which need it in tackling the pandemic. I'd like to mention that Azerbaijan has provided humanitarian and financial assistance to more than 30 countries. It's well known that COVID impacted global supply chain in unprecedented ways. Promoting connectivity through transport and trade facilitation, including by using digital technologies, development of multimodal transport corridors will strengthen the resilience of global supply chain and will help states in their post-COVID recovery efforts. Azerbaijan's trans-regional transportation project will contribute to this goal. I wish to point out that Azerbaijan has put forward a number of proposals on actions regarding the pandemic recovery. One of them is the initiative to hold a high-level meeting of the non-aligned movement member states to formulate its position concerning the recovery phase. Azerbaijan also considers it reasonable for the non-aligned movement to advocate for establishing a United Nations high-level panel on global recovery, which could produce recommendations on global measures to have the world recover better and faster from the pandemic. Thank you very much for your attention.
Thank you very much for those contributions. We now go on to the Speaker of the National Assembly of Korea, Mr. Byung-Yang Seug Park. The floor is yours. 3 minutes, please.
Thank you, moderator, and dear colleagues. We face an unprecedented challenge caused by COVID-19. Even in this difficult time, Korea is trying to contain the virus without a single nationwide lockdown, upholding the values of openness and transparency. However, there is something to be desired about the response of the global community. Countries have closed borders. The multilateral system has not been able to function effectively, combined with issues of narrow international interest and protectionism. We must learn from this crisis. We must turn this into an opportunity to rebuild the system of multilateral cooperation. This is because the threat posed by COVID-19 and its variants continues to remind us that no one is safe until everyone is safe. Today, I'd like to share with you 2 points that I think are the most important is our response to the crisis in multilateralism. First, countries, large and small, developed and developing, should understand that we are interdependent and should work together based on universally acceptable norms of international law and principles of multilateralism. The UN Conference on Trade and Development, the UNCTAD, has reclassified Korea from a developing to a developed economy. Korea built on its experience as a bridge connecting developed and developing countries to promote inclusive multilateral cooperation. Second, we must step up efforts to strengthen solidarity and cooperation for the development of vaccines and treatments for COVID-19 under the principle of multilateralism. The virus does not discriminate, but its social and economic fallout hits vulnerable groups the hardest. Therefore, we must bring together our infection control experiences, knowledge, and resources to address the shortage of vaccines and treatments. In responding to humanity's health crisis, Korea will increase research and investment in vaccine development to become a global vaccine hub and utilize our drug manufacturing capacity to expand the global vaccine supply. Fellow speakers, Korea rose from the ruins of war more than 70 years ago and managed to achieve both industrialization and democratization. Our history is a testament to the significance of cooperation and support of the international community and the expansion of multilateral trade. Going forward, Korea will continue to play a bridging role in promoting the values of solidarity and cooperation. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you very much for that contribution. And we go now to the Speaker of the National Parliament of Timor-Leste, Mr. Ancieto Guterres Lopez. Please, the floor is yours.
Obrigado, Senhora Presidente da Mesa. Excelências, senhoras e senhores. Nas últimas décadas, o mundo passou por grandes transformações política e economicamente.
experiencing tension politically and economically, and although many global challenges remain and they have grown complexity, in particular the environmental degradation, they have increased climate change and the inevitable impact of the COVID-19 pandemic on the SDG issue. Similar to other countries, the pandemic lockdowns enormously affect our social and economic sector, causing a contraction of 7.8% in 2020 and only a predicted small increase of 1.8% for 2021. Higher costs for food production has caused a rise in inflation. It has been forecasted that it will rise from 0.95% in 2021 to 2.09% in 2022. To address the challenges, the East Timor has mounted a robust response, implemented several economic stimulus packages to reinforce public health measures and protecting vulnerable households and business sector through subsidy and incentives. Besides, in order to recover from the pandemic, the government rolled the vaccination. In April this year, East Timor was hit by the cyclone Harold, which destroyed likely infrastructure, caused the loss of life, and flooded the agricultural region, caused approximately $200 million damage. This erratic climate fluctuation have negatively impacted sustainable development and caused harvests such as lack of clean water, shortage of food, strain on the health services, and limited access to education. The destruction shocked the country and devastated our citizens who were already suffering from the COVID-19 pandemic. From the disaster, we learned that there's a SIDC, a post-conflict country, and the LDC, only state that can count with the right assistance. We continue to be the most vulnerable to the natural hazards and disasters. To conclude, I'd like to reaffirm the East Timor's long-standing advocacy for the need to create resiliences to those climate adversity and to continue striving for sustainable development is a pathway to promote and protect the rights of all. In this regard, East Timor call upon for collective actions, cooperation and joint efforts require new political will and solidarity so that we can be effective and can ensure that our citizens, including women, children, and elderly, can benefit from the promise of the 2013 agenda and live in a life of dignity and peace for the well-being of humanity. I thank you very much.
Of the state of Great Hural in Mongolia, Mr. Gombachov Zandan. Please, the floor is yours, 3 minutes.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. First of all, I'd like to congratulate IPU and the Austrian National Council for the organization of this event, overcoming every challenges of every complexity of the COVID-19 and promoting peace, democracy, and sustainable development around the world. In early 2020, when the novel coronavirus spread all around the world, no country was ready to this unprecedented challenge of the global outbreak. In spite of the government's individual and joint efforts to protect their people and the country, COVID-19 evolved into the pandemic. It was not easy for countries of the world to be united against the pandemic. It took time. In the beginning, COVID-19 fueled trends of protectionism and nationalism in certain places, as they were shocked by the failure of a public health system and dramatic loss of human life, economic loss, and strict lockdowns. Eventually, realization of relentless and deepening danger of COVID-19, all countries went in quest of collective approaches and the multilateral cooperation to address these shared challenges and that cross every boundary. We consider that the establishment of COVAX, the vaccines pillar of the access to COVID-19 tools, accelerator is definite example of successful global collaboration or multilateralism. It accelerated the entire process of the development, production, and equitable access to COVID-19 tests, treatments, and vaccines. As of 19th August, COVAX has so far shipped over 209 million COVID-19 vaccines to 138 participants. So the multilateral approach, I think a coalition of epidemic and preparedness innovation, Gavi, Vaccine Alliance, WHO, UNICEF, especially UNICEF and WHO, have been technically, financially, and logistically supporting government of Mongolia to conduct mass COVID-19 immunization campaign. We are mindful that there were a number of obstacles to the COVAX mechanism, including funding, production sites, supply chain, community-level confidence in vaccines, and so on. However, the COVAX facility has proven itself as the global initiative that is working with governments and manufacturers to ensure COVID-19 vaccines are available for the people, for countries, both higher income and lower income. So it's, I think, multilateral, a case of the multilateralism. With the lingering difficulties caused by COVID-19, now we are convinced that these complex challenges cannot be tackled neatly in isolation. It comprehends the greater necessity to work together towards comprehensive solutions through multilateral channels or multilaterally. Shaping a post-COVID-19 new normal and achieving the SDGs require the closer partnership of governments, private sector,
Chairman,
civil
thank you.
society, and citizens.
I do need to cut you
alike
off.
in order to build better planet for future generations. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you very much. And thank you also for sharing those words on COVAX. And as we go on with the general debate, let me also encourage other speakers to please pick up on specific examples, things that you think are working well in terms of the multilateral response, also things you think are working less well and what can be done about that, just as we did here in the response round with the four movers. It would be great if we can generate some concrete suggestions in that respect. I will now go on to our next pre-registered comment, which comes from the President of the House of Councillors of Japan, Madam Akiko Santo. Please, the floor is yours.
Thank you very much for this opportunity to contribute. I am President of the House of Councillors, Akiko Santo. I feel honored to participate and address in front of you in this first in-person World Conference of Speakers of Parliament hosted by IPU since the onset of the pandemic. The pandemic, in different occasions, is about to deepen gulfs among people and nations and enlarge economic gaps. There is no other time but now when it is crucial to emphasize the importance of strengthening unity of nation to nation and people to people through multilateralism. For example, on the access to vaccination, one of the major pillars of pandemic countermeasures, with our philosophy of not allowing influence of given situations or economic powers, the COVAX facility started last year. This program delivered vaccine for over 76 million doses to more than 120 countries and regions. This is truly an outcome of solidarity of international community. Japan, in pre-pandemic time, started a target of achieving universal health coverage. Through cooperation with international organizations, we have been providing support mainly to developing countries. To the COVAX, we decided to contribute a total of $1 billion, and we promote activities based on multilateralism. Now, education for children upon whom future generations rest is the foundation for development and growth of nations. Unfortunately, the pandemic affected education for children seriously. In particular, when it comes to children of financially difficult families, the damage is immeasurable. Asking them to purchase iPads and get ready for online classes brings nothing, as you all know. Pandemic made us realize anew the importance of education. In 2015, Japan set its strategy for international cooperation for education. Based on the philosophy of human security, we aim to provide everyone with high-quality education and work for establishment and expansion of educational cooperation networks. Through these initiatives, we would like to build a society where children can receive necessary education without fail, and every child with diverse character can fully exercise what she or he has. Even under the crisis of pandemic, function and ability of multilateralism is not fading away. Cooperation more than isolation, solidarity more than conflict. This is what the time is requiring. With this appeal of mine, I conclude my position speech. Thank you very much.
Assembly of Djibouti, Mr. Mohammed Ali Homed.
Merci, Madame la Présidente.
Thank you, Madam President, Excellencies, Speakers of Parliament and colleagues. During this major period of crisis, which has struck our entire planet, I would like to thank all those who spoke before me, and I would also like to thank our hosts, the Austrian Parliament as well as the IPU, for hosting us here. We are here to discuss the global response to the COVID-19 pandemic and how it is challenging multilateralism's ability to deliver for the people. This is all articulated around the following double axis: the philosophy and principles of the fight against COVID must be dealt with in solidarity and should be void of all isolationist principles. We must insist on the importance of mutualizing capacities to exchange know-how and products, as well as vaccines and innovations, so that we can combat this virus as effectively as possible. Representatives of the people must keep in mind that COVID-19 does not recognize borders nor restrictions, such as airports and external ports. This situation forces us to lobby our executives to recover and carry out reasonable policies, and we need to be more responsible and work in more solidarity. This shared responsibility and solidarity means that we are all headed in the same direction. COVID-19 is having to be tackled by countries who don't necessarily have up-to-date technology. And we can see this in vaccine campaigns, including COVAX. In Djibouti, we can see that we have taken strict measures, such as limiting movement of people, particularly cross-border movement, and we are trying to carry out a vaccine campaign. All hopes lie on the vaccination campaign, and we must avoid that economic reasons overtake human reasons for overcoming this pandemic. We need to move forward with a participatory approach, and so more than ever I invite parliaments to use the provisions that have been implemented. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And we move on now to the Speaker of the House of Representatives of Uruguay, His Excellency Alfredo Frati.
Gracias.
Thank you. Hello, everyone. Thank you to this country for your warm welcome. We'd just like to say that the international system is going through a transition in various ways. In economy and production, social, environmental, and governance, and human rights. COVID-19 has accelerated transition and change in the international system. There are various recent events that have called into question stability and legality. This is a process going on since the second half of the last century. The idea is that we have a system based on shared ideas. That's being called into question. It's not just people who think they didn't participate in its construction. Some people think it was opposed. Also, some of the key actors that established it have been questioning the system. There's been a rejection of delegation of sovereignty. In this context, Mercosur and other regional spaces are between a rock and a hard place. We're trying to gain autonomy in a world dominated by big blocs like the US and China. We need to understand that nationalism goes against regional integration, moving toward neoconservative ideas. Multilateralism has been losing ground in various arenas. In Mercosur, we've been trying to integrate deeply. We see it is necessary to take back the regional debate. We are not giving up on common policy at that level, and we are, of course, protecting our democracy. The lack of global response to COVID-19 is case in point. We need more participation and democracy in order to face these challenges now and in the future. Thank you.
Thank you very much for that. And we move on now. Excuse me. We move on now to the President of the National Assembly of Burkina Faso, Madam Alassane Bala Sakande. Not here. Okay. Then let us, one moment, I may be taking people out of order anyway, excuse me. We will go back to the planned order and hopefully she will return. I would now like to call on the President of the Senate of Rwanda, Mr. Augustin Yamour Enye. Please, the floor is yours.
Je vous remercie, Madame la Présidente. Nous devons tous...
Thank you, Madam Chair. We must all see that at the start of the pandemic, every country reacted alone, without being concerned about others. Now, luckily, we've come together more among countries, especially regarding availability of the vaccine. Increasingly, we see more coordination. Viruses do not respect boundaries. They don't need visas. If it's everyone for themselves, no country will be protected. That's why in Rwanda, we have been aiming to protect ourselves through vaccines. So if we've reached a good proportion of the population, we want to reach 60% by next year. of fully vaccinated Rwandans. We have signed partnership agreements with certain laboratories that are internationally known to set up production in our country. This has been proof that this can work if we don't think it's everyone for themselves. As a parliamentarian, we need to encourage our parliaments to be more generous. Before finishing, ladies and gentlemen, I would like to take this opportunity to assure you that invite you to Rwanda in October 2022 with full security. It will be wonderful to greet you all in our beautiful country. We continue to believe in multilateralism, and we believe it's now more effective than selfish approaches and the idea of everyone for themselves. Thank you to everyone.
Thank you very much for that. We go now to the President of the House of Elders of Afghanistan, His Excellency Fazal Hadi Muslimyar. Please, the floor is yours.
He is absent, but belong of him, the Deputy Speaker of House is here.
Certainly.
But we certainly came after a long break. Sorry for that. So could you give the floor for the other countries, then we will take it later.
Okay, that's fine. Give us a sign, please, when your speaker is back in the room.
Thank you.
So we'll try now again with Burkina Faso, whom I called on out of turn before. If Madam the President of the National Assembly is with us now. No, not yet. Okay. So we will try to come back to her perhaps as well. Then I will go to the Speaker of the Parliament of Montenegro, Mr. Alexa Becic. Please, the floor is yours. Montenegro, are you with us? Maybe not. Then let us move to the Speaker of the House of Representatives of Yemen, His Excellency Sultan Saeed Al-Bakani. Yemen?
شكرا لكم.
Thank you. Thank you for giving me the chance to take part. And I would like to express my happiness in the convening of this very important conference, despite the different circumstances the whole world is going through. And there is no doubt of the negative impacts of the COVID-19 pandemic. And there is no doubt of our responsibility vis-à-vis the poor people who are facing that pandemic. The WHO last year launched a response fund in order to take into consideration and to mitigate the negative impacts. But the reports show that that response is not up to the limit, and there are many people who have not received vaccines yet, not enough doses. And Yemen is one of these countries, because we are living the circumstances of a bloody war. We are living in poverty and hunger, and we do not have vaccines. So we need international support, and we are at a crossroads. We need international support in order to have dignity of life, because in some it is unfair, for example, to decide who lives and who does not, just because vaccines are available and vaccines are unavailable in other places. And we even have differences when it comes to life and livelihoods. That is why, from this international platform, I want to reiterate the importance of the just distribution of vaccines. So we as parliamentarians need to work hand in hand in order to reach one goal in order to first and foremost prevent the spread of viruses and diseases at an international level. And to do that, we need a just distribution of vaccines, and we also need to distribute foodstuff, and we need to provide humanitarian assistance. And I would like to focus that we as parliamentarians, we also need to uphold the democratic rights of individuals. We need to respect their basic rights, freedoms, liberties, and the different procedures for safety should not be abused, I say, and here not used in order to have economic interests that might be calculated. And this will only be done through legislations and laws that are fair and just, taking into consideration the new changes that are happening. So the parliamentarians need to be aware of that. They need to be aware of their roles and responsibilities, because history will not be kind to us. History will not be kind to those in office, to those in places of power, if they have been lax in upholding their responsibilities vis-à-vis the pandemic. Thus, I call upon all of us to deploy extra efforts, and may peace and mercy be upon all of you. Thank you.
And I'd like to go now to the Speaker of the House of the People in India, Madam
Yes.
Om Birla.
Yes.
Mr. Om Birla, excuse me.
माननीय सभापति,
and esteemed delegates, the entire world of the COVID pandemic for more than a year and a half now. At present, combating the COVID-19 pandemic is the highest priority on the global agenda. All countries have taken requisite measures to mitigate the impact of the COVID-19 pandemic. However, COVID-19 has taught us that no country, regardless of how powerful it is, can deal with this challenge alone. We will have to learn from each other and also share our best practices. This crisis has made us aware of global interdependence and shown us the path of developmental policies based on multilateralism and mutual cooperation. Friends, India considers the entire world to be one family in consonance with the age-old maxim of Vasudhaiva Kutumbakam, which means the world is a family. Multilateralism is an integral part of our culture, our values, and our philosophy. Hence, right from the beginning, India has remained committed to sharing its experiences, expertise, and resources with the global community in the fight against this pandemic. India has adopted the containment strategy of test, track, isolate, and treat to deal with this calamity in collaboration with all stakeholders, all the democratic institutions, and all sections of society in the country. To tackle the spread of the COVID-19 pandemic, the Indian government has launched the world's largest cost-free vaccination drive and provided economic relief packages to put the economy back on track and address the problem of unemployment. India has vaccinated more than 700 million people. India has also administered a record 13 million vaccinations in a single day. The experience of the pandemic shows that there is a need to build more comprehensive and resilient public healthcare systems. Also, sustained and concerted efforts on the part of all countries are needed for the creation of more job opportunities and for global economic recovery. Friends, this pandemic has not yet come to an end. According to some experts, More dreadful variants of this virus are expected in the coming days. Hence, we have to be ready for collective action and mutual cooperation to combat the pandemic and mobilize resources for a humanitarian response based on multilateralism. Parliaments of all the democratic countries and elected public representatives will play a crucial role in all such efforts.
Go now to the Deputy Speaker of the National Assembly of Cuba, Madam Ana Maria Machado.
Sí, señora presidenta, excelencias, la pandemia de la COVID-19.
Your Excellencies, the pandemic has damaged the health of millions of human beings and the economies of our countries. Human rights and democracy are threatened, especially when it is clear that there are practices that go against multilateralism. Due to the effects of this pandemic, we need more multilateralism in international institutions. We need solidarity and unity among countries. We also need international cooperation to face up to a global pandemic. Madam Chair, public health is a right in Cuba. We think health is physical, mental, and social well-being, and not just the absence of illness or affliction. We work, as the WHO suggests, to try to ensure the maximum level of health possible, ensuring that all rights are respected. We have taken preventive measures. Social cohesion and solidarity have been vital in this context. We've had a public system with free, universal healthcare. We've had favorable results. About 93% of people have recovered. Our approach includes innovative biotechnological medicine. Our biotechnological results have meant that our people already have 3 of the first vaccines, the first in Latin America. Before the end of the year, all of the population in Cuba will be vaccinated. This includes people from 2 years of age in Cuba. At the same time, Cuban health professionals have formed a large number of international brigades. 57 brigades have been now working in 40 countries and territories, including countries in the EU. We are working in a friendly way. However, the US government has been tightening the embargo that is throttling us. Even food and medicines are being kept out, and vital medical supplies. We would like to offer our thanks to the support we've received from various countries. Madam Chair, the pandemic has once more shown the anti-democratic character of unilateralism in international relations. All peoples must have health. This is vital for us to achieve development. We need broad political will amongst countries. History shows the need for cooperation and solidarity to fight the pandemic. We also see that only a humanist spirit can work. We must work together in solidarity in a disinterested way. Cuba now repeats its desire to help keep fighting the pandemic, working in solidarity. Thank you very much.
We go now to the Vice President of the National Assembly of Algeria, His Excellency Mr. Benla Kehal Feitas.
سيدتي الرئيسة، السيدات والسادة.
Madam Moderator, ladies and gentlemen, presidents of parliaments, before talking about the global response for the COVID-19 and before talking about multilateralism and whether or not it has taken into consideration the people's needs, we need to remind everyone of the constitution of the WHO that states that enjoying the best of health is one of the intrinsic rights of every individual, and the right to health is mentioned in different charters and is considered as a socio-economic right, and all other international conventions that have been ratified by all countries of the world mention that. And the governments as well talk about global health coverage in the realm of the SDGs, especially in target 8 of goal 3. So the spread of the COVID-19 has happened in a world that was already in crisis, and thus things became worse. And that is why multilateralism, I say here, has proven to be successful since more than 150 years, since 1851, when there was a meeting in Paris, and when at the time there was a huge burden on the WHO to uphold its responsibilities. And thus COVID-19 pandemic became a pandemic that has spread all over our planet, and thus the economic and social repercussions were too bad to mention. And thus this pandemic is unique, if we can say, because the pandemic has been able to put all of humanity in a new situation. All of humanity is suffering first from a lack of solidarity, a lack of cooperation, as well as protectionist policies that have appeared here and there. And this will jeopardize international cooperation, because the global community is at a crossroads, is facing a very serious test. And thus we need to see that all needed resources are to be mobilized. They need to be mobilized in light of an international plan. But unfortunately, early on, this was not done. And the pandemic however, allowed some new institutions and organizations to assume a new role, as well as to coordinate with one another in order to distribute the needed vaccines and the needed doses for the different countries in light of international solidarity. So we are facing an exceptional pandemic situation that makes it necessary to look at what we call international health security. And thus we are demanded and we are responsible for coming up with a new multilateral system that will protect all of us in the future from similar pandemics or other disasters. So we need to secure our global health, because there is no way out of this pandemic through international solidarity and coordination, as well as cooperation. And different governments are invited to renew their commitments with regards to the SDGs that they have committed to according to the Addis Ababa plan.
Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. I apologize for cutting you off, but time is short, and I want to be sure to get in a final round here with the movers of the motion. I've heard from the Afghanistan delegation that unfortunately their speaker is not with us at this time. If he should return to the room, perhaps we can work in a very short remark from him. But let us now go back to the podium, and I'm going to call on Madam Matvienko first, because she does need to leave us very soon. But let me just briefly summarize what I've heard here. Again, the glass is half full. It's also half empty. A number of you have pointed out that in the area of multilateralism, we need more and better crisis management, some praiseworthy words have been said in regard to COVAX, but a number of speakers have also pointed out what COVAX could do better, or what the nations of the world could do better in supporting COVAX. A lot of concern about unilateralism and nationalism on the rise, and the degree to which they undermine multilateral efforts to deal with the COVID crisis. What I'm also hearing is that beyond crisis management, though, it's absolutely critical to pay attention to preparedness, to prevention, to resilience. And I'm hearing many of you telling us that you as parliamentarians are very well of your own responsibility for good governance within your countries. As I think it was Speaker Mudenda who talked about the fact that parliaments need to devote sufficient resources. They need to uphold basic rights. Several of you have talked about the importance of education. Vice President Karas reminded us of the importance of recognizing laws that are already in place on solidarity. And many of you have mentioned the importance of public health at home as well as in the international arena. So with all of that in mind, I'd like to come back to the podium to ask for your concluding thoughts in regard to our motion. And I'll begin again, as I said, with Madam Matvienko, since you do need to leave us soon. Please.
Thank you, distinguished ladies and gentlemen. I think we have had a very interesting discussion, and different points of view were expressed. At the same time, we should all draw conclusions and learn our lessons from the pandemic that became a global problem. The conclusions are both positive and negative. But we should not just draw the conclusions, but learn the lessons and work on them together. Still, parliamentarians from pretty much all over the world are represented in this hall, from practically all the countries, and our role is very big. Parliamentary cooperation has always played an important role, but it is especially significant today. Given the new challenges, including the pandemic, it is one such challenge. Today, as we can see firsthand, that the mechanisms that we thought were proven of cooperation between the states do not work as we hope. The essence of multilateralism is being supplanted, and we should do all we can to strengthen multilateralism and solidarity, and the voice of parliamentarians should be very loud and clear. This is basically the purpose of our work at the World Forum of Speakers of Parliament. Thank you very much for your attention.
A little bit longer, if you would, because we do want to do a quick round with your fellow movers. So if you can, just please do stay with us. Let me go now to a gentleman to whom I owe a very sincere apology. I was calling him by the wrong name for the entire beginning of this session. He is, of course, the Vice President of the European Union Parliament, Mr. Othmar Karas, and I would like to now go to you, sir, with my very humble apology for that mistake, which clearly arose from legacy text in the rundown.
Yes, Madam Chairman, the most important thing is the fact that people always seem to listen to us when something goes wrong. I think that it is also important that when things don't go quite as planned, that we still hold on. Now, in this discussion, I have found grounds for a lot of optimism, and hopefully I'm not being naive here. If I've heard everybody correctly, then there's no difference in the need for cooperation and multilateralism. And there's no real difference between continents and parties when it comes to the question of what causes the things that didn't work and to the question of what we need. We seem to have consensus in this room. We have more consensus than we have difference. Here, we are representing the citizens of this one world that we all live in. And therefore, I would like to propose that we, in all of our parliaments, we try to really look into where the problem and the cause lies in the issues that we've had with dealing with COVID. When we need to see what measures that we've taken worked and which one didn't. If we really evaluate that with this type of mind, then we will have a common parliamentarian mechanism for using multilateralism in the world. And that would justify our presence here. We can be able to talk about that at the next General Assembly even. And then we need to evolve our common system. Of course, we have an issue with access to the vaccine. But access to the vaccine is often determined by production of the vaccine, by amount of vaccine. We need to have production facilities all over the world, and we need to make sure everybody is up to speed with the latest research so that we can have common standards for vaccines because we're trying to protect our people. This is a matter of whether we strengthen or weaken freedom. We need to use digitalization to become more resilient in crisis. We need to look at production standards. We need to build transparency. What we need for transparency is trust, and what we need for trust is checks and inspections and common standards. That all needs to be strengthened. Just to look at this is something that we can all manage. But what I think we need to do to close the circle is that we as national party political systems, what we do as national political parties, we often favor our own vanity. And we don't allow this type of multilateral action. And that is why this type of humility before these great challenges is greatly necessary. COVID-19 is everywhere in various quantities. And because of our full vaccination rate, just because we have a full vaccination rate or a high one of those doesn't mean it's just going to be over. We need multilateralism and we need to work on multilateralism to find specifically where it has not worked and where it does. Thank you.
To Speaker Mudenda, please, your thoughts.
My thoughts, they may be a bit radical. First, the interdependence of countries is the cornerstone of multilateralism. However, that practice of multilateralism must respect the sovereignty of every nation, big or small, so that in the end, the temptation of economic interests preponderating against our desired health delivery should not happen. In any case, some of these rich countries became rich after 500 years of slavery, of Africans giving free labor to those countries. I think it is time to pay back and ensure that Africa is also uplifted. I am worried that at the moment, Africa is receiving only 2% of the vaccines. As long as Africa remains behind, the rest of the world will not be safe from this pandemic. Because it will take only one person to go to that country which feels that it is safe to spread again the mutated virus in that country. So it is important that we leverage on the sovereignty of every state as we fight this pandemic. It is saddening, Madam Moderator, that when you see G7, G20 countries who are rich meeting together, they do not invite the poorer countries who are the most vulnerable in this fight against COVID-19. Therefore, the question of those at the top and those at the lower end should not happen. G7, G20 countries who are rich should come up with a global fund under the superintendence of the World Health Organization, similar to the global fund that is fighting HIV and malaria. In that way, we may achieve equity in the distribution of this vaccine, as well as ensuring that there is access of the vaccine to everyone. It is also important, Madam Chair, that our parliaments play a very important role in coming up with robust budgets that will ensure that we have sufficient resources to buy the vaccine, again through domestic resource mobilization. This is what Zimbabwe has done. We, as a parliament, approved 100 million US dollars, and at the moment, we have bought up to 12 million doses of the vaccines, and we should be able to vaccinate not less than 60% of our adult population.
Speaker.
Let us ride on this realization that this world can only survive under the spirit of solidarity. Together we must succeed. Together we must conquer this disease. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Speaker Mudenda. And finally, Speaker Nadia, you have the last word.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. I have heard a lot of optimism about multilateralism this afternoon. In one of our first engagements with the WTO, through the Parliamentary Committee of the IPU and the WTO, we heard some of the challenges. And at the WTO level, we were assured by the Secretary General that she is going to continue to fight for equity in terms of the vaccine production and distribution. But that, for me, is just a singular signal statement that when challenges face us, we are going to see even greater cooperation. And in this regard, all of us are dependent on each other. Pfizer said to produce one vaccine requires ingredients from 19 countries. Clearly, no one country can supply everything that is needed to deal with global issues, especially health issues. If we go to India, it's the only country that produces serum. Interdependency is necessary, it is current, and so multilateralism is going to be the mechanism for us to overcome all such challenges. Let me commend Madam Chair for her chairing of the session. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Speaker Nadir, for those kind words and also for that optimistic view to close the session. I'm very grateful to all of the movers of Motion 2 and also very grateful to all who have contributed from the floor, as well as to those who have simply given us their attention during this very intensive and very thought-provoking debate on multilateralism and how it can better deliver for the people in dealing with the COVID-19 and future pandemics. With that, I close this second session and we go to a short break. The key word there is short. Please let's meet back in this room in exactly 20 minutes at 4:30 for our last motion, Motion 3, on a topic I think of vital importance to all of you as parliamentarians, how to cope with misinformation and hate speech. And I ask you to be punctual because, in fact, we absolutely have to end on time in that debate on Motion 3. So see you back here in about 20 minutes. Thank you so much for your attention. Enjoy the break. It was a pleasure. Thank you so much.
Can I also remind delegates to wear
a moment, so you can slowly be moving to your seats, because as I said, we do want to try to, and we must end this session punctually. But we are just doing a little bit of work on the sound technology here on stage, so we're going to need a couple, maybe 2-3 more minutes, and then we will begin. Enjoyed the break. We're just about to begin with the general debate on motion 3, and I would like to ask all of the movers of motion 3 to please join me on the podium. 3 of 4 are with us already, so if we could please also ask Speaker Ledesma Abdallah to join us, that would be great, and then we can begin.
Okay.
Lassen Sie es bitte. Dankeschön.
Small question. Is it misprint or Madam?
Either one. Fine.
Sorry if I press it,
No
I don't
worries.
make any mistakes.
No worries. Hello, welcome, please. So our ranks are complete here on the stage. May I ask everyone to please take your seats? It has been a long and intensive day, but we want to begin with our general debate on motion 3 so that we can end punctually and the relaxing part of your day can begin. Motion number 3 is a motion on a topic central to the resilience of democracy. And I will now read out the text of motion 3. It is this. Could I ask everyone to take your seats, please? And could you direct your attention to the stage? Those in the middle of the room, if you would kindly take your seats, I'd be very grateful. It's a bit difficult to begin a debate with other people in the room talking. Thank you. Motion number 3 asserts, countering misinformation and hate speech on and offline requires stronger regulations. And as you know, Excellencies, hate speech and misinformation undermine the very fabric of our societies. They violate human rights, they instigate violence, they diminish trust. And yet we have seen a rise in both over the course of the past 20 months, over the course of the pandemic. Efforts to tackle abuses, efforts to tackle misinformation and hate speech can carry their own risk to democratic principles, potentially limiting freedom of expression and the flow of ideas. So this motion, number 3, asks how you as parliamentarians can and should use your powers and asks all of us to weigh the costs of stronger regulation as opposed to other approaches. And I will now invite the movers of the motion to express their views. Again, we're looking for juxtaposing points of view here. It's not a straight up or down, are you for or against regulation, but a multiplicity of perspectives on this very crucial issue. And again, the time slot, 3 minutes, please, maximum, if you would, so that we can then also have floor debate. And I will begin with Her Excellency, Madame Claudia Ledesma Abdallah, Provisional President of the Senate of Argentina. Welcome.
Señora moderadora, presidentas y
So, moderator, speakers of parliaments, parliamentarians from different countries around the world, good afternoon. There is a growing phenomenon around the world. That's fake news and hate speech. These are not isolated or random events. They're not new, in fact. They used to be forgotten more quickly. However, now they're more visible and they remain for a longer period of time. So virtual life has grown. So now in the world, some people think they can anonymously throw bottles into the sea, so to speak. Speaking of discrimination, hate speech, and so on, trying to separate people or justify violence. These messages are spread, and it's hard to chase this up. Irreparable damage is sometimes done. There's an increasing polarization of ideas. People come up with content instantly, and then there's a domino effect. Words spread after they're posted. People exchange opinions, but also hate and violence. So people anonymously post false information. People can then act maliciously against people who disagree with them. This goes beyond freedom of expression. For example, the defamation you find on social networks. People exchange insults on the basis of sex, religion, age, marital status even. We all have a supreme right. So our rights, these rights are enshrined in most constitutions around the world. So the companies that operate these social networks cannot wash their hands. We need agile, effective mechanisms. It's a growing phenomenon. The people responsible for these tools cannot keep out of the issue. They must follow their own rules and prevent commission of crimes on the networks. Over the 2 years of the pandemic, this fake news has grown exponentially. Measures have been placed in doubt. People have questioned whether COVID exists and thrown doubt on vaccines. These actions damage men and women. However, mostly it is women who suffer. We face a new case, ever more cases of gender violence. We need transnational action with real commitment to deal with prejudice that's the basis of hate speech. We must all act to generate standards for peaceful, harmonious, civilized coexistence among all citizens of the world. Thank you.
And thank you very much. Let us move on to His Excellency Mr. Riek Daems, President of the Parliamentary Assembly of the Council of Europe. The floor is yours.
Thank you. If COVID has done something, dear colleagues, it has put under the spotlight a new generation of rights. Just think about the environment. I mean, we all know that it becomes more and more important. So the environment is a new kind of a generation of rights. You have the artificial intelligence. Are we going to be ruled by it, or are we going to rule it? And on the topic, do we have the right to know the truth? Misinformation. Do we have the right to know the truth? And since Madam Crane told me to be a bit controversial, I'll do so. Does freedom of speech mean that you have the right to lie? It's a very simple question, but it's a very basic question. I'm not talking about my daughter going to her mother saying, Dad agrees, if you agree for me to go to a party, and then she goes, yeah, and then she comes to me. I'm not talking about that, but I talk about freedom of speech. Where is the limit? And I would like to refer, dear colleagues, to a very recent judgment of the Court of Human Rights in Strasbourg. You know, I'm the president of the Assembly of the Council of Europe, so I'm referring to that. Just a week ago, they ruled, finally, on a case where a member of parliament did not get rid of hate speech on his Facebook. He was ruled by the judges in France and he was sentenced. He went to the court on the basis of freedom of speech. And the court said, when you do not react accordingly in order to avoid the effects of hate speech, you are accountable to the results. This is an enormous important judgment by the Court of Strasbourg. It basically means that your own action makes you accountable in terms of hate speech, in terms of misinformation, when the result of it is sizable. And so what I would like to do in this small introduction is to introduce the concept of accountability and responsibility. Who is going to decide how far you can go by bending the truth? I think that we should think altogether about the effect, maybe you could call it collateral damage, or the damage just full-fledged. I think that the damage done to any individual person or organization, which is the effect of your action or non-action, that is what is called accountability, that is what is called responsibility. I think these are the lines that we should explore all together, because it is in our parliaments that we are going to be setting the rules, that we are going to be setting these red lines. When you go over it, you're accountable and you will be held responsible and you will pay at the end of the day for your acts. Thank you very much, Madam Craig.
Thank you very much. Interesting indeed. Let us now go to Her Excellency Madam Shireen Sharmin Chaudhuri, Speaker of the Parliament of Bangladesh. 3 minutes, please.
Madam Chair, good afternoon. Warm greetings from Bangladesh Parliament. It gives me immense pleasure to join the 5th World Conference of Speakers of Parliament and take part in the debate on Motion 3, quote, countering misinformation and hate speech on and offline requires stronger regulations, unquote. I will oppose the motion. I want to begin by examining the very premise, requires stronger regulation, wherein the very word stronger clearly manifests that existing regulations are not delivering the desired result. Hence, going for stronger regulation is perhaps not the best idea or measure. On the other hand, and most importantly, stronger regulations are likely to create a tendency or opportunity for the government and other entities to misuse them for other purposes like quelling protests or any opinion against them, and can use them as mode or tool of oppression against fundamental right of freedom of speech and expression. Hence, it is more effective to find alternative ways to explore innovative solutions like focus on education. Education is a powerful vehicle. This education must begin at home, within family, then in educational institutions. We need to raise awareness of older generations while continue educating the youth. Teachers, media can play an important role in bringing about change in stereotype thinking, deep-seated and long-standing notions and mindsets. Community engagement, tapping into local institutions will deliver effective change. We must take account that hate speech is a symptom of a larger problem, and therefore it is important to identify the causes for such behavior that is bubbling them up to the surface. Poverty, disparity, inequity, and persisting intergenerational inequality issues must be addressed. Misinformation can be tackled by educating people on how to distinguish between facts and fake news or misinformation. Facilitating free access to more information allows people to form their own opinion and not rely to get carried on by misinformation. I want to conclude by sharing the doctrine of counter speech by Justice Louis de Brandeis in a landmark case in 1927. I quote, if there be time to expose through discussion the falsehoods and fallacies, to avert the evil by the processes of education, the remedy is to apply more speech, not enforced silence, unquote. Doctrine posits that proper response to negative speech is to counter it with positive expression. It relies on the proposition that audiences or recipients of expression can weigh for themselves the values of competing ideas and follow the better approach. Let us all commit to work together in
Hello? Agora vamos então avançar com o quarto proponente, que é o presidente do Senado da Nigéria. Por favor, tenha a palavra. Muito obrigado por esta oportunidade. Deixe permitir que eu vá diretamente ao assunto.
Typical one world over. Technology and new media have led to a democratization of public debate in a way that, if appropriately managed, can be to the benefit of citizens and nations worldwide. However, at the same time, it has created the ideal circumstance for bad actors to spread misinformation and to manipulate people in ways that threaten our societies. In a country such as Nigeria, with our diverse cultures and religions that are still working towards achieving a more perfect union, hate speech, off and online, can have a devastating real-world effect. Therefore, for us, countering misinformation through proper and legal means is not a theoretical question, but a moral and constitutional responsibility. It is a matter that goes to the heart of our ability to continue to exist as one nation in peace, unity, and prosperity. However, we must be aware of the danger that lies in trying to prevent the worst consequences of misinformation and hate speech, as some state interventions can also go too far in ways that smother the marketplace of ideas and impinge on human rights and fundamental freedoms. Our cause, therefore, is the creation of legal systems, processes, and protocols that allow for free expression and robust debate in society, yet remain capable of identifying and holding to account those who seek to abuse the rights we hold dear and subvert our societies for their narrow interests through the scourge of choreographed and mischievously curated misinformation off and online. I'll give a couple of anecdotal examples. In Nigeria, we had the Control of Infectious Disease Bill. In 2020, just as the COVID-19 pandemic arrived on the shores of Nigeria, the House of Representatives accelerated the process of reforming our public health emergency laws so that we could ensure that our country was better prepared to manage the situation. For political purposes, that draft bill, still subject to consideration, amended and improvement, was assailed as a sinister attempt to turn Nigerians into guinea pigs for medical research and the product of an unholy alliance between parliament and unseen dark forces. The evident fact that the existing framework for preventing and managing infectious disease in our country was obsolete and no longer fit for purpose was lost in the conversation. Misinformation colored the truth and delayed legislative interventions that could have saved many lives. Public policy driven by such hysteria will only ever result in bad outcomes and a heavy price for all. In this era of fake news, we have a duty to avoid this by all legal means necessary while still protecting rights of citizens. This links to the second example. In response to the COVID-19 pandemic, the world mobilized medical research resources in an unprecedented and successful effort to find a vaccine that will end this scourge. That vaccine is now available. However, as we still struggle against this devastating pandemic, we now must also contend with a vast global resistance to vaccination seeded and enabled by misinformation on social and traditional media. As it is now, misinformation relating to the COVID-19 vaccine has become as much a global health challenge as COVID-19 ever was. That is a tragedy that is costing lives and will continue to do so. Countering misinformation and hate speech is not just about controlling the media. No, it's about saving lives. This is also an ethical responsibility of the off and online media. What we must, however, find in all regulatory or legislative interventions is balance. Balance between protecting the right to free speech and the right to life, peace, and dignity. In the United Kingdom, the government of UK has recently had calls to intervene with some of the major social media platforms, and the UK minister has proposed the Online Harm Bill to tackle the odious problem of racial abuse against football players.
Speaker, I'm sorry, but I'm going to have to ask you to come to an end of your remarks. Thank you.
Thank you. The right to free speech is not absolute without limits. It does not include the freedom to plant willful misinformation. Those who abuse the right of freedom of expression ought to be appropriately held accountable for their actions. And I'll just round up by, again, saying that parliaments must lead from the front in tackling this scourge. Nigerian experience, legislators recalled when we tried to do this, but we must be bold and audacious this time around to act to save many lives. We have seen children, unfortunately, hang themselves. We've seen marriages break. We've seen businesses crumble, all in the name of fake news. And this is the time for us as parliamentarians to act for the greater good. Thank you.
Thank you very much. So indeed, for juxtaposing positions in this case. Before we go to general debate, let me just tease out a couple of the juxtapositions that I am hearing here. We have two speakers concerned that regulation can chill speech, as we would say in the US. I myself am a lawyer, and I'm very well acquainted with that quote that you read off by Brandeis. And of course, the idea behind that is that through the clash of different opinions, we get to something that approximates truth, and that if we try to suppress hate speech, we could chill all speech in general. So, Mr. Dames, because you were very clear on this point, saying we do need regulation because we're seeing abuses and there has to be accountability. Do you worry about the chilling effect?
Well, I don't worry if we all agree on what is over the red line. And I think that in a decent world, if you have a parliamentary debate, you can easily define when you go really too far. And so it's a matter of decency that you do not accept people inciting hate speech with effects. And that's the point I wanted to make. The point is not that we want to limit freedom of speech, but when your freedom of speech has as a result effects to the lives of people for the worse, then you have to be held accountable. It's as simple as that. That is what I mean. And so, can you capture that in terms of rules? I think so, that you can do it to a certain extent. It's a very difficult exercise, because if you don't, this is why I mentioned the ruling of the Court of Strasbourg, it is the judges who will make the rules. And then you get into a government of judges. And that's exactly what we parliamentarians should avoid. And so that's why I mentioned this ruling in Strasbourg, because now you got a judge who said, listen, you did not erase messages on your Facebook that you did not put on yourself, but the mere fact that you did not erase it made you complicit and so accountable. I think that goes far. I'm not saying too far, but if you see this, then I think that the parliament should react. If judges go make the rules, then we are not in a democratic society, so we should do so.
Speaker Ledesma Abdallah, we heard from Speaker Chowdhury about her concern that politicians themselves could exploit rules trying to limit or prohibit misinformation and hate speech to go after their own enemies. Is that something that concerns you? Do you see the potential risk there?
Me preocupa sobremanera.
I am concerned with the way in which it has been expressed that when it comes to developing policies, we are here as parliamentarians. We cannot leave these actions as exempt. These are crimes, and there is this supreme right that must absolutely be defended. We need to protect people's privacy, so we must act, but we must act together. We can't do this just by talking about agreements or cooperation. No, we need to come up with concrete commitments. We all form part of this parliament, and in our respective parliaments, we need to act more concretely. So the very essence of hate speech and fake news must be tackled. They are based on stereotypes and prejudices. So I must reiterate here that we need to act more strongly and clearly so that we can achieve more harmonious and peaceful societies. Thank you.
With Madame Chowdhury, who talked about the importance of education. But let me ask you this, Madam. You talk about the potential for politicians to abuse hate speech rules, but we're also seeing politicians themselves who are the source of misinformation and hate speech. And Mr. Dames, of course, in that context, called for accountability. How do we find the right path between those two very bad alternatives?
Let me explain a little, in the sense that we all know that everyone has the fundamental human right to have freedom of speech and expression. But at the same time, all the fundamental human rights are subjected to reasonable restrictions. So if it goes beyond, like if my freedom of speech is hindering your privacy, right to privacy, or any other right for that matter, then of course there can be limitations put on my freedom of expression and my freedom of right. It is not unlimited that it can go beyond and hurt somebody else. So in the same category, we cannot justify hate speech on the ground of freedom of expression. It is not justifying that I have a right to freedom of expression, so I can say anything, even if it means hate speech. That is not the case. But what we are arguing here is whether stronger regulation is the only mode or one of the best possible ways to prevent or curtail hate speech. So my proposition is regulations never have any downside. They will always do their job. But we need to be also careful in promulgating stronger regulations that we do not, in that process, allow that piece of regulation to be misused or abused in a way to stop justified protests or to use it in my benefit. Because Dr. Chaudhry, I don't like this. So they said this against the Speaker of Bangladesh. So go and get hold of them. Because I'm trying to use that piece of law in that purpose. So one always needs to be careful in applying those kind of legal restrictions.
Thank you very much. And then a quick word also from you, if you would, Mr. Speaker, your response to what we've heard here so far. You called for balance. Do you see the elements of the kind of balance you're looking for?
Well, yes, I'm glad listening again to Madame Chaudhry. We all are on the same page at this point. The first presentation, I wasn't quite sure if we were, but I'm glad that we are now. It's about a delicate balance that needs to be struck. And again, you talk about balancing the equities. There's good and there's bad. It's just striking that middle ground for the greater good. And I keep saying the greater good, which should be the key phrase here. You can't just, like the Americans say, walk into a crowded theater and shout fire, fire, fire in the name of free speech. You're going to end up in jail. And that's exactly what we're talking about. And again, where your right ends, mine begins. And so I think in all, I think we're all on the same page here in terms of regulating free speech. You cannot, it's impossible in jurisprudence to talk about a law or to talk about efficacy of a law without regulations. So regulations, and if need be, stronger regulations. If the regulation that is in place is not working, clearly you need stronger regulations, because clearly what's in place is not working. We hear, and almost even see, if there's any such thing, hate speech every day. And I used this an example earlier on when I was closing, that we've seen lives destroyed, or we've seen even elections more or less manipulated on the basis of fake news. And if the basis of our democracy can be affected just by speech, then clearly we need to do something about that.
Thank you very much for that, to our four movers, for that response round. I could go on, but I'm very eager to get input now from the floor. So let us open the floor to debate. Once again, we have pre-registered comments. I will call on the speakers individually, beginning with His Excellency Mr. Sobotka, President of the National Council of Austria and our host. Please, the floor is yours. 3 minutes, if you would.
Thank you so much. Sehr geehrte Kolleginnen und Kollegen,
colleagues, cyber attacks, hate speech, hybrid threats. These are things that are a threat to democratic processes, parliaments, and people in our countries. And it is very easy on the internet to spread this type of hurtful information. You can also recruit people to your radical cause. And unfortunately, these types of things are becoming reality. There's other technological developments, bots, deepfakes, other systems that are based on AI. And this leads to an acceleration of the spread of disinformation. The people who are behind these types of attacks want to weaken democracy and public trust. We can see things like hate speech, incitement, racism, anti-Semitism, extremist, misogynist, content. These are very concerning, and they stigmatize, marginalize, and endanger. We as parliamentarians have a great responsibility towards our citizens in order to ensure their security, well-being, and protection. And that's why I am in favor of a principle of editorial responsibility for online communication platforms such as Facebook. The internet shouldn't be carte blanche to just say whatever you want without fear of punishment. And we're trying to do that through various means in Austria. We have a complaint procedure, the obligation for operators of platforms to delete illegal content. There's action for accelerated injunctions. There are also means of identifying people that put this type of information online, but we are still behind the curve because we can only react once something else has happened. If we have a principle of editorial responsibility, then we also make it the responsibility of communication platforms to check what type of information is being posted. And this is a way of fighting hate online and extremism. We, of course, have to make sure that this is all proportional so that we do not restrict the freedom of expression of our citizens. And this is why I'm really looking forward to a lively discussion about this extremely complex topic and really look forward to hearing what your experiences are. So thank you very much.
A call there for stronger regulation in regard to social media and online platforms. Let me encourage all of our speakers during this open debate to please, in fact, weigh in on some of the points that we're hearing. Do you think we need better and stronger regulation in this area? Do you prefer other approaches, whether moral and ethical or educational? Please let us know your point of view and how you see your role as parliamentarians in this very complex area. So we go now to Her Excellency, Madame de Hoos, who is Speaker of the Senate of Belgium.
Thank you, dear colleagues. I will go straight to the heart of the matter. Do we need stronger regulation? Well, as an European politician, I can only refer to the European Convention on Human Rights. And according to Article 10, everybody has the freedom of expression. And even after 71 years of the convention, it still remains a quite comprehensive and relevant legal document. Unfortunately, the internet has come, and the internet has been creating decades after the convention without any rules. And despite the fact that certain measures have been taken since then, we have to admit that the public authorities are being overwhelmed. They are being overwhelmed by the strength of the internet. And some European countries have imposed measures on the internet companies, and others are considering criminal and civil law provisions while stimulating self-regulation of these companies. Misinformation is a very complex phenomenon, not at least because of the various ideological interpretations. And if we unleash some basic semiotics of misinformation, we can distinguish three aspects: the production, the distribution, and the reception. Let us see at the production. Tackling the production side is, in my opinion, a risky business. And I hope we can all agree on that. That is not a good idea to grant censorship and power to governments. Moreover, evidence shows that it barely has any effects. Investing in quality journalism and injecting reliable information in the ecosystem of media and social media is, in my opinion, a better option. Second, dealing with the distribution side would mean that we leave the decision on what is true or acceptable to the private companies. Needless to say that it is also problematic. At some point, Facebook has launched various fact checks initiatives that were praiseworthy. We have to say that. Articles with a fake label, they were being shared slightly less. However, these initiatives command lots of energy and they have a very small return. And personally, I'm most in favor of addressing the reception side, which means that we have to invest in media wisdom. We have to invest in media literacy of those who are on the receiving end. And most experts recommend to invest in raising awareness and stimulating media wisdom, fact-checking tools, quality journalism, and high standards for self-regulations on the media. And I would like to conclude, dear colleagues, with the words matter. I would like to add a personal note that we parliamentarians are key users of social media. And we would start by constantly regulating ourselves. Social media are excellent tools to reach out to our citizens, to reach out to our public, but we are not doing any favors to democracy if we don't respect our colleagues from other parties or we are polarizing for the sake of polarizing. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you very much. And let us go on now to the Speaker of the Federal National Council of the United Arab Emirates, His Excellency Mr. Gobash. Please, the floor is yours, 3 minutes.
Thank you. أصحاب المعالي والسعادة رؤساء وأعضاء.
Thank you, Your Excellencies, honorable speakers, and fellow parliamentarians. Greetings to you all. First of all, I would like to commend the four main speakers for the valuable ideas that have shared with us. And in that regard, I believe that the main problematic facing parliaments is to strike the proper balance between the constitutional obligations related to fundamental freedoms guaranteeing the freedom of expression and the free flow of information, and combating fake news, as well as preserving civil peace and security. And this is what the previous speakers have tackled. As far as we are concerned, in the United Arab Emirates, we can provide an example that could be of use in this regard, especially that we are home to more than 200 nationalities. And as a result, we have enacted a law against discrimination and hate speech, namely targeting hate speech in general terms and religious hate speech in particular, and combating different forms of racism as well as cyber criminality, as it has become illegal to disseminate and circulate fake news or the online attacks against religious elements. In this regard, it's important to note that the UAE is also developing other legislations that allow us to better combat hate speech on one hand, and that would preserve freedoms and fundamental constitutional freedoms. As a result, we have extended this safety net to a new strategy that promote the culture of coexistence and tolerance, and perhaps the document of human fraternity that was signed between the Catholic Church and the Grand Sheikh of the Azhar Mosque is seen as a great universal reference document in the field of combating hate speech by respecting differences and promoting human values related to peace and peaceful coexistence. In this regard, our state has promoted its internal measures in this regard by appointing our first Minister of Tolerance and Coexistence, and we have launched a program for coexistence and tolerance in order to reiterate this issue in words and in action on all aspects of life. So in conclusion, we would like to reiterate the need to have the proper legislative regulations that allow us to operate against hate speech, but these should be coupled by the proper parliamentary action and governmental action in order to ensure the proper implementation of these legislations and to make sure that this becomes part and parcel of this social culture. Thank you.
Let us go on now, please, to the Speaker of the House of Representatives of Bosnia and Herzegovina, His Excellency Mr. Svidzic.
Thank you very much, dear colleagues, ladies and gentlemen. As you know, we live in time of the fourth industrial revolution that marked the end of the 20th and the beginning of the 21st century. At the same time, we are on the threshold of the fifth industrial revolution, which clearly brings some challenges, such as growing automation, artificial intelligence, and Internet of the Things. This makes the issue of Internet regulation even more important. We can use it for the most righteous purposes, such as education, social networking, or spreading ideas of humanism and liberal democracy. But unfortunately, Internet can also be used for negative information, such as spreading fake news, spreading hate speech, spreading conspiracy theory, or any other idea. They may have negative consequences for the global community. As the Speaker and a member of the House of Representatives of the Parliamentary Assembly of Bosnia and Herzegovina, I am actively engaged with this topic. First, I submitted an initiative asking the Bosnia and Herzegovina government to draft a law on the prevention of illegal hate speech on the Internet, which will be harmonized with the legal practice of European Charter of Human Rights, Council of Europe, European Recommendation, and EU Acquis. Meanwhile, I decided personally, in capacity of Parliament member, to propose an amendment to the Criminal Code of the Bosnia and Herzegovina, requesting several forfeits and imprisonment for anyone who online or otherwise call for violence or hatred towards other people because of their nationality, religion, ethnicity, language, skin color, gender, sexual orientation, disability, gender identity, origin, or any other characteristic. I strongly believe that in a transitional society such as the one in Bosnia and Herzegovina, this law is extremely necessary. Hate speech in media and hate speech in public space creates tensions and conflicts, and in my opinion, that is for sure one of the key reasons why young people are living not only in my country, but whole Western Balkans region. I am convinced that legal regulation of hate speech, online or offline, in my country would significantly improve this situation. Because you cannot use unrestricted freedom of speech to insult other people because of their religion, nationality, race, gender, sexual orientation, etc., and use Internet to spread those ideas as positive. Today, there are many Internet portals, sites, and profiles on social networks that spread neo-Nazi, racist, xenophobic, Islamophobic, and similar ideas, or glorify war criminals, or which is in harsh conflict with civilized norms and verdict of international courts. They denied the genocide in Srebrenica. In this sense, regulation should certainly be stronger. The European Convention on Human Rights is the best legal framework for better and more efficient legislation at national level, especially Article 10 of this convention, which states that everyone has the right to freedom of expression. But the same article of convention in paragraph 2 also provides certain restriction on freedom of expression.
Speaker, I'll have to ask you to come to an end, please.
Because of that, I would like to call all delegation present here to improve legal system to combat hate speech and misinformation online and offline as much as possible. Thank you.
Thank you very much. We go now to the Speaker of Parliament of Bahrain, Madame Zainal.
شكرا سيدتي والشكر موصول للأخوة.
Thank you, Honorable Chairperson, and thank you, Honorable colleagues, for raising this important topic that has perhaps been as destructive as the COVID-19 pandemic. It is true that fake news and hate speech have become a new cyber pandemic, a pandemic that has been spreading through social media networks and different outlets, even through traditional media, in order to promote strife. And it goes without saying that the widespread use of fake news has affected our social fabric on the short and long run, which prohibits and prevents the proper democratic advancement. As a result, we need to take the proper measures in order to stand against fake news online and offline, and to counter that with the relevant precise information, and to adopt the proper coordinated approach in order to stand against this type of phenomenon based on a multinational and multilateral approach, including all relevant stakeholders. And at a time where social media and networks and traditional media need to play their much needed role in spreading precise news, we need to enact the proper legislations in order to counter the spread of hate speech and fake news while guaranteeing everyone's right to the freedom of speech and expression, as we are the sole guarantor for this right. And this tendency has been promoted by the UN Secretary General and his initiative last year to act against fake news and act against the what has become a plight, in addition to the UN guidelines against hate speech, especially during the COVID-19 pandemic, in addition to the warnings issued by UNESCO about the political, economic, and social changes that are the result of the exchange of fake news and information in the previous year. So in order to stand against all of these trends, we need to highlight the success stories at the international level, including the Code of Conduct that was developed by the European Union based on the High-Level Task Force mission, or the Paris Initiative for Peace and Security on Cybersecurity, and that was issued by the 18th session of the Conference on Internet Governance. In the Kingdom of Bahrain, we have worked on our own experience based on the directives of the King of Bahrain by working on a new comprehensive draft law to tackle hate speech, extremism, and attacks against religions through the different forms of media outlets, traditional and modern ones. At the same time, His Highness has established the Hamad International Center for Peaceful Coexistence that recently launched a new prize for peaceful coexistence presented to international figures that support the noble humanitarian values that Bahrain has been a great champion of for many years. And we have launched the Hamad Chair for Interfaith Dialogue in Rome, Italy. All of this is going to help us to build a new generation that work on the promotion of peace and coexistence between peoples, and that work against hate speech whenever it may be. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you very much. And we go now to the chairman of the Shura Council of Oman, Sheikh Khalid bin Hilal Al Ma'awi. Please, the floor is yours.
Bismillah ar-Rahman ar-Rahim.
In the name of God, most gracious, most merciful, the international scene has been witnessing unprecedented media developments that have made it more urgent than ever to verify the sources of news that we're getting. And as we are a vital member of the international community, we were keen on accompanying these developments, working on awareness raising, especially that this phenomenon has evolved into a great source of concern. And this is what we know today on social media outlets by the name of hate speech. A speech that is based on deeply rooted dark objectives that may not be apparent at first sight, but that include other dimensions. As a result, hate speech leading to attacks against the celestial religions has become a great source of concern. And as a result, in some countries where there is a diversity of religions, this could be reflected into internal strife, leading to greater restrictions imposed on local freedoms, including the freedom of expression and speech, and violating as such human values and public rights. And this has translated into manifestations of social tensions, even cases of violence and violent clashes, as we've seen in some societies. Ladies and gentlemen, our fundamental constitution and regulations have guaranteed the freedom of expression according to the law, and this was reiterated by our Sultan. And what we highly pride as nationals and residents of Oman is that we live in a state of law and institutions, state based on the principles of freedom, equality, and equal opportunities, based on justice, dignity, the dignity of individuals, the rights and freedoms. All freedoms are to be protected, including the freedom of expression according to our national constitution. Ladies and gentlemen, on this occasion, I would like to wish you all success in your endeavors so that we can all together best service our nations and so that we can stand in unity against this growing danger, to work hand in hand against hate speech that contributes to the spread of chaos and strife among human societies. In conclusion, and as representatives of our own peoples and parliaments, we believe that it's important to agree on a general framework in order to promote each in their own country against hate speech. And here I would like to reiterate what the previous speakers have said with reference to holding accountable all those who adopt fake information by promoting the freedom and rights of everyone. Thank you.
Very strict about the timekeeping this time around because, in fact, we have a number of people who still do want to speak and very limited time. So that's why I keep interrupting. I apologize for that, and thank you for your understanding. Let us now go to the President of the Grand National Assembly of Turkey, His Excellency, Mr. Shentop. Please, the floor is yours.
Honorable speakers of the parliament, esteemed members of the parliament, I am pleased to take the floor on the third motion within the framework of the Fifth World Conference of the Speakers. I greet you all with respect. Today, unfortunately, the perception operations are carried out on our societies and democracies with false realities constructed through disinformation. They aim here to destroy the sense of trust between people by negatively affecting the psychology of the society and ultimately to harm the democratic social order. Today, some social media platforms have been the cradle of fake news, slander, terrorist propaganda, calls for coup attempts, prestige assassination, targeting hate speech and racism. In this context, one of the biggest threats we face is digital fascism. A group of private companies has become an authority shaping almost all humanity's access to information. In that regard, Cambridge Analytica and the impact of the Facebook on the Brexit should be assessed separately. Terrorist organizations are also able to spread disinformation and hate speech freely and safely through the aforesaid platforms. The propaganda activities of PKK, which is on the terrorist lists of USA and European Union, and the members of the FETÖ terrorist organization, which is involved in a bloody coup attempt in Turkey, are obvious examples of this phenomenon. Hate speech has also become the most common tool for rising Islamophobia, populism, racism, and xenophobia on a global scale. Although it is regulated domestically in many legal systems, the international society unfortunately couldn't take the necessary lessons from the black marks of the hate crimes. In this context, we are observing with concern that attacks targeting the refugees who had to migrate from the war zones increased, especially in Europe. We think that the pecuniary and non-pecuniary damages to asylum seekers, immigrants, and stateless persons who are faced with the hate speech is a violation of the right to life, which is the most basic human right. Hate speech, which has emerged as the most poisonous form of prejudice and discrimination, is essentially an ideology of exclusion, devaluation, and enmity among the groups that make up the society. Disinformation and hate speech, which are tried to be normalized by populist politicians and the media, I describe it as another epidemic of the 21st century, just like COVID-19. At this point, I think that our democratic states and parliaments should develop the vaccine. The only solution to this is to make the most appropriate laws in order to fight against this poisonous discourse within the framework of the law. The decisive implementation of sanctions commensurating with the damage caused by hate speech and disinformation is an integral and indispensable condition of the process. Regarding to regulations, I believe there are missing gaps, especially the multinational companies are overlooking the international laws and they would like to develop their own separate laws. So thank you so much. I greet you all. Thank you.
Very much. And we go now to the Speaker of the National Assembly of São Tomé and Príncipe, Mr. Neves.
Muito obrigado, Senhora Presidente. Caros parlamentares, ao abordarmos a temática.
Thank you, distinguished Levante. In addressing these issues, address it online and offline, imply that we can is enable and urgent measures meant to control and combat the democratic regime. In this regard, we believe that two aspects need to be highlighted. The first one is the role played by the digital platforms, which is the main vehicle to massive disseminate this kind of content. And secondly, the international nature of the production and distribution of fake news. It's sure that the internet integrity is a primordial condition so that it can pursue as their free communication channels and element of essential of freedom of expression and opinion, the key factors of their rights inherent to the all human being as a condition and subjected to the democracy. So being that the human right extends to the elementary as a political class and the candidate to the these they also use these fake news to express to the electors, and they're using some men of fake news and the hate speech to achieve their main goal. Saint Tomé and Prince is not a way which the effect has repercussions with the high, bear in mind the dimension of the country and of the law degree of understanding of the populations emerging from the social network, as it has been easily seen, who acknowledge that the the hate crimes that has been facing our society, including its diaspora, because the dissemination and the misinformation of the hate speech constitute a great violation of human rights and its dimension, whether on online and offline, a create a potential damage that it may create on democratic process. It's urged us that we Parliament adopt specific and legislative measures as a penal code that can be describe this type of crimes and its penalties. We should also include in this process the learning lessons so that the people must be aware about this practice. Bear in mind that most of them they don't know the seriousness of this phenomenon. So the reason why we brought this issue for your consideration is, as always, meaningful to find evaluate interpreters in order to deal with these issues. I thank you for your attention. Thank you very much.
M. Al-Hanim.
Thank you. Bismillah, alhamdulillah, wa salatu salam.
In the name of God, most gracious, most merciful, may God's praise be upon His holy prophet and his companions. Honorable chairperson, honorable colleagues, first of all, thank you for the organizing committee for raising this issue, an issue of great importance, namely when we refer to combating disinformation and hate speech online and offline and developing the proper and stronger regulations. In this regard, we need to establish a number of general guidelines. First of all, to make sure that any regulation should be in conformity with the respect of democratic principles related to the freedom of expression. Secondly, the need to cover the universal aspect of these regulations so that they are adopted equally online and all over the world, in order not to create safe havens for anyone who would like to promote this type of hate speech operating from certain countries. Thirdly, the importance to understand that there is no magical solution for dealing with the toxic content that's circulating online as a result. It should be an ongoing discussion between the relevant stakeholders, state institutions, governments and parliaments, companies operating these platforms, social elites as well. So yes, social media platforms are in general a positive development and have contributed to uncovering a lot of wrongdoings, and we as parliamentarians have all benefited from them in getting closer to our constituencies. But every oasis of freedom should be linked to its own set of responsibilities, because there's always the possibility of misuse. Of course, awareness raising is information, but it's a long process, and what we fear most is by turning a blind eye to the growing phenomenon of disinformation and exclusion based on the pretense of freedom, we may be contributing to undermining our own societies. When we talk about social media platforms, we're not speaking specifically about individuals with moral personalities, but in most cases we deal with anonymous entities, intelligence agencies, terrorists, individuals with their own psychological complexes, etc. And as a result, speaking of freedom, building consciousness and education seems an understatement. As a result, we need to take things seriously. And once again, I call for a greater form of brainstorming and the exchange of expertise with reference to this issue, either between us in our meetings or through the different relevant ad hoc parliamentary committees. And I would like to present you with another motion to establish a joint committee including representatives of all of the geopolitical groups in order to discuss the relevant ideas to this topic. The important thing is to make sure that they guarantee the proper balance between democratic principles and freedoms and to make sure that social media platforms are not misused in a destructive fashion. Thank you.
Much for that interesting proposal, which we have noted. We go on now to the Speaker of the East African Legislative Assembly, Mr. Ngoga Caroline Martin or Martin, please.
Thank you very much, Madam Moderator. I'm for strong regulation, and I wanted to make two preliminary observations of the general nature. First of all, I think we should not have put together these two situations, hate speech and misinformation. One is based on behavior, the other one is based on ideology. The potential consequences are not the same. So I think the better discussion would have happened if we had them separate. Having said that, I also want to endorse all proposals and ideas on non-regulations, but only if they can be complementary and not mutually exclusive against strong regulations. History is replete with evidence on the role of misinformation and hate speech in most, if not all, most catastrophic tragedies humankind has ever faced. From slavery to the Holocaust to the genocide against the Tutsi in Rwanda to different violent situations of wars and gross human rights violations, misinformation and hate speech has been used as a convenient tool, and it has been ever present in all stages when these processual crimes are being planned. Scholars who have studied the crime of genocide and the evolution of politics towards that crime have identified 10 stages through which this is done. And hate speech is ever present. It is an oxygen and the most enabling tool in preparation for the most heinous crimes humankind has ever faced. The time we live in, the era of internet, has come along with more challenges. Statistics are evident that internet postings with hate messages are on increase annually. The report by Community Standards Enforcement released in May 2020 indicated that 9.6 million online postings with hate content were taken down compared to 5.7 million postings the previous year. In his recent remarks, the Secretary General of the United Nations stated that public discourse is being weaponized for political gain with the incendiary rhetoric that stigmatizes and dehumanizes minorities, migrants, refugees, women, and any so-called other. The irony in this situation, and which we need to reflect on as lawmakers, is the lack of consensus on a legislative common approach on how to combat this challenge. The existing mechanisms are a range of doctrines, from less regulatory to most punitive stances. Despite the presence of judicial decisions in international judicial jurisdictions, particularly the International Criminal Tribunal for Rwanda, and I also heard about the decision in the European Court, the line between hate speech and free speech remains very thin, and that makes the discussion about it delicate and sensitive. And it is based on this sensitivity that I wanted to make two following proposals.
I need to ask you to wind up your remarks, please. Just one sentence on each proposal, please. I'm sorry, but we're very tight on time.
Thank you very much. We need to provide leadership towards a global legislative instrument to uphold hate speech without promoting impunity on hate crimes. Second, we need to consider the role of the context, specific situations. Hate speech is mostly thriving based on context-specific situations. In order to guide domestic legislations, we need to come up with a model law that will consider the centrality of context in dealing with hate speech, at the same time promoting free speech. Thank you very much, Madam Moderator.
Thank you very much. I now do have 4 more pre-registered comments from heads of delegations. I'm going to ask you to keep your comments to 2 minutes or less, 2 minutes or less, please, because otherwise we will not make the buses to take us to the evening reception. So please do shorten your remarks now. And we begin with the first Deputy Speaker of the Council of Representatives of Iraq, His Excellency Mr. Hassan Karim Mutar al-Sha'abawi.
شكرا جزيلا أصحاب المعالي رؤساء البرلمانات.
Thank you very much, Honorable Chairperson, Honorable Speakers, colleagues, MPs, ladies and gentlemen, may God's praise and blessings be upon you all. What we need to assert in today's meeting is the spread of terrorism and the need to deal with all of the relevant humanitarian, health, security, and economic aspects that we as an international community suffer from, while reiterating the need to act collectively against terrorism, while guaranteeing the rule of law and guaranteeing state stability and security, as well as the non-interference in other countries' affairs, while promoting the mechanisms of international parliamentary action and promoting the level of exchange between all countries in the field of combating terrorism and hate speech. The Iraqi society, as other societies, has suffered from hate speech and extremism, which has affected our own social fabric. But we're able to overcome this challenge through solidarity and through falling back on the principles of tolerance and the precepts of Islam, as well as legislations that ban this type of hate speech and call for the protection of diversity and plurality. As a result, we need to emphasize the solution, not simply the problem. The attack against our people in Palestine and the Palestinian cause, a cause that is today threatened as the settlement activities continue and the Israeli entity pursues its attacks in the occupied territories lately, as we've seen in the holy month of Ramadan, when Muslims go on fast as other peoples in order to show solidarity with the poor, and as these aggressions continue to this day, is yet another example of this type of media propaganda and hate speech that's being promoted by this entity against our Palestinian people. And at a time when the different UN Security Council members have failed in putting an end to these ongoing and repetitive attacks. In conclusion, I would like to thank the organizers of this conference, and may God's praise and blessings be upon you all.
Let's now go on to the first Deputy Speaker of the House of Representatives of Libya, His Excellency Fouzi Salim, please.
Honorable Chairperson, honorable speakers, and colleagues, regarding this issue, the Libyan Parliament has enacted a number of laws to protect individual privacy and confidentiality, and we have been active operating against different forms of cyber crimes, and we have added to our penal code a specific section related to crimes linked to racism, and we have established a fact-finding committee. As a result, the Libyan legislature, namely the Libyan Parliament, has still or has been working for the sake of national reconciliation, rejecting hate speech, and offering its confidence to the national reconciliation government to make sure that the Libyans stand in one line behind this endeavor. At the same time, Our different national institutions have been spreading the relevant news in order to boost our people's morale and promoting coexistence and tolerance among our people and within our social fabric. At the same time, our parliament is presented with a draft law on the necessary measures against hate speech that will lead to the adoption of a new law in this regard, and we are in continuous communication with the proper judicial institutions and the prosecutor general in order to follow up on the relevant cases of hate speech that affect the public opinion and that seek to promote internal strife in order to make sure that these individuals are brought to justice. And we have in the Secretariat General at the Parliament a directorate that follows on the press and media affairs to control of fake news and disinformation to determine the sources of the latter. But of course, with the latest technological developments, it has become quite more challenging to follow up on these flows. As a result, we need the relevant support in terms of training and rehabilitation efforts to make sure that we are at pace with these promoters of fake news, and from our side we can develop the proper national legislations to be in conformity with the latest developments. Thank you.
And I go now to the first Deputy Speaker of the House of Representatives of Jordan, His Excellency Ahmad Al-Safadi.
Thank you. السيدات والسادة رؤساء.
Thank you. Honorable Chairperson, Honorable Speakers, fellow MPs, hello, and heads of delegations, may God's prayers and blessings be upon you all. We meet today in this milestone of a conference representing the peoples of the world and carrying the ambitions of our peoples for a better life, a life of dignity and in diversity. It goes without saying that we may have different viewpoints regarding a number of dossiers, and difference is part and parcel of democratic practice. So there is a difference between difference in viewpoints and promoting these differences leading to violence and counter-violence. Unfortunately, political interests are often behind a lot of the hate speeches that we see, interests that are promoted by political figures and other tools in order to promote internal strife, using disinformation and censorship. And usually the victims of disinformation are the simple ones that become themselves carriers of this plight. The coalition between illicit capitals and some media outlets have led to these great divisions in some of our societies and have contributed to building a hostile environment leading to hatred and rejection of the other, even to the extent of extremism and violent extremism. Ladies and gentlemen, peace endeavors are faced today with one of the greatest challenges, as peace is being directly attacked by the promoters of hate speech and disinformation, and as many international outlets often adopt badly assessed discourses promoted by some who seek to control the international public opinion.
Thank you very much.
And we have one pre-registered comment still from the Senator from France, Monsieur Robert Del Picchia. Please, the floor is yours. 2 minutes.
Hello? Oui.
Yes. President of the National Austrian Council, President of the IPU, dear colleagues, we are all in our different countries facing the spread of hate speech, which are often serve to exacerbate the fractures that we observe in societies and within groups or communities. The internet and social networks spread this hate speech, increases their influence, and has resulted in them becoming a very worrying phenomenon. 2 recent events have reminded us in France of the terrible impact that hate speech can have when they are amplified by the internet. A school teacher, Samuel Paty, was murdered and then decapitated at his school's exit after a hate campaign was initiated by the father of a student who decided to publish the name and address of the school. A 16-year-old called Mila revealed that he came out on Instagram and criticized religion. And he was then the subject of a hate campaign and received death threats. We, as parliamentarians, cannot remain passive faced with these dramas, which question our very democracies. But the path ahead is clear. We must fight against hate speech, but all the while protecting our essential freedoms, such as freedom of expression and freedom of communication. The French Parliament has just adopted over the summer a law that protects these principles of the Republic, and looks at digital platforms and how they should crack down on hate speech. These platforms are being regulated at a European level. The law was adopted in 2016, but focuses on self-regulation. A code of good practice has already produced significant results. By the end of 2018, 72% of illegal hate speech was dealt with within 24 hours. The French law, dated of the 4th of August 2021, has strengthened obligations imposed on these digital platforms in terms of cooperating with public authorities and notification mechanisms in order to better fight against hate speech. There is also a blocking mechanism for so-called mirror sites. So when sites that contain hate speech are blocked, often their content then reappears very quickly on other websites. So the law increases the sanctions. It has created the crime of putting someone else's life in danger by publishing their private or professional information, allowing for them to be located. So the penalties include a €45,000 fine or up to 3 years in prison. And the penalty is heavier still when the victim is someone from a public authority, a journalist, or a minor. It has also extended to procedures to speed up the judicial process so that the perpetrators can be condemned more quickly. These legislative provisions are useful, but they are not enough. We must explain to our fellow citizens and help them understand that this will to live together requires mutual respect between citizens, regardless of where they come from, the colour of their skin, their political or religious beliefs, or their sexual orientation. Dear colleagues, this mutual respect is a condition of democracy, and we all know the high price that must be paid when it is forgotten. Thank you for listening.
Merci beaucoup, Monsieur le Sénateur.
Thank you, Mr. Senator.
That brings us to the end of our debate on motion 3. I would like to thank everyone in the room for your attention and your contributions. That was a truly lively session. We'd hoped to have a sort of a vote by clapping, but I think we're not going to do that because too many people have left the room for it to be a fair vote. But what I will do is come back to the movers for them to each complete one sentence. So it's literally a one-sentence remark from each of you, if you would please, in view of the time. And the sentence is this: as a parliamentarian, my main takeaway from what we have just been discussing is, first of all, to Mr. Dames, please.
What's a crime in the real world should be a crime in the online world.
Thank you very much. To you, Speaker Ledesma Abdallah.
Que como
As a parliamentarian, I am committed to working on people who are perpetrators of illegal actions do not lie in impunity. In my country, I believe that we must work on modifying and implementing laws that sanction these sorts of actions.
Thank you. Madam Chaudhuri.
Hate speech and misinformation must be stopped. With regulation, we have to also emphasize on other modes of education and creating community awareness. Social media has been discussed to a great extent in this discussion today, but what about the hate speech that goes on within different institutions, educational institution, marketplace, and within the very fabric of the society? So parliamentarians also need to look at those very carefully and see how we can deal with those.
Thank you very much. And Speaker Gajabiyamila.
Well, thank you. Clearly, from all that has been said, it's not a question of whether or not social media and hate speech require regulation. It's a question of how to go about it and what kind of regulation. I think we're on the same page that we need, again, I keep repeating, for the greater good, to balance the equities and regulate hate speech and fake news in such a way that we live in a more decent society.
Thank you very much to the four movers for getting this very valuable and very multifaceted discussion moving and bringing so much dynamism to what has been a very long and intensive day. Dear ladies and gentlemen, before I let you go, let me just remind all of those who have not yet had your picture taken, because we are doing a montage of individual photos to create a group picture that is COVID compliant, so to speak. You can get those photos taken in room 2.82 here in this building. So there are 40 of you who still haven't done this. Please do get your pictures taken. Either, I guess it'll have to be tomorrow, but please do make that happen. And now I wish all of you a wonderful evening. You can continue the debate and discussion at the evening reception. It has been an absolute pleasure and honor to work with you and to moderate this very, very fruitful exchange. So thank you so much. I hope our paths will cross again.
Yes, very nice to meet you. You welcome here.